Chapter 212. New enmity, old hatred, do you think you've won? I was just careless before, but now I'll make you wish you were dead. Night Sky Demon roared. His body exploded, turning into a large amount of black clouds that wandered around like a demon. A shocking baleful aura surged out. Everyone in the hall was terrified and fled. Night Sky Demon was furious. He feared that the entire Night Demon Prairie would suffer a calamity. Who doesn't know how to boast? I've met many of them so far, but unfortunately, they all lost to me. Lin Ling sneered. The flames in his hands became even more vigorous. His left palm was a blue flame and his right palm was a white flame. When the two flames jumped, his hands suddenly came together. Pung! A new flame appeared in his palm. It was blue and white and emitted an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. This was Lin Ling's strongest attack so far. It was the combination of two innate spirit bodies. He also knew that this matter had to be resolved quickly because it seemed like a powerhouse had arrived. Although it seemed like it would be tomorrow, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Night Sky Demon, the demon god of the Night Demon Prairie. Unfortunately, you met me. With the blue and white flames in his hand, Lin Ling's body shot out, charging at Night Sky Demon. Great Heavenly Demon technique. On the other side, Night Sky Demon also roared. Demonic energy rippled out and he also charged at Lin Ling like a demon king. So, two figures approached from afar, colliding in the center of the hall. One side was blue and white while the other side was pitch black. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. Hong. But it didn't last long. In the next moment, a huge wave surged out, turning into a multicolored mushroom cloud. The luxurious hall was instantly shattered by this energy. The entire Heavenly Demon Mountain was shaken. So terrifying. Everyone hid far away, their faces filled with shock. This level of battle was not something they could approach. Is that youth dead? After a long period of silence, someone whispered. Unfortunately, no one replied to him. Everyone looked at the ruins, waiting for the result. He's dead for sure, how could he be Lord Night Sky Demon's opponent? Not long after, an old man said with certainty. His words made many people nod. Night Sky Demon was famous in the Night Demon Prairie, so everyone believed in Night Sky Demon's strength. Pa! At this moment, a series of light footsteps rang out, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. When they looked up, their expressions immediately became extremely interesting. In the broken ruins, all sorts of energy still swept out. A tall young man walked out, a taunting smile on his face. His cold eyes looked at the crowd, and wherever he passed, no one dared to look him in the eyes. The young man walked out. Clearly, Night Sky Demon had lost. This huge guess caused everyone's faces to turn pale. A devil god of the Night Devil Prairie had actually lost to a nameless youth. How was this possible? I'll give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to leave this place. Otherwise, all of you will die. Lin Yiming tilted his head and looked at the people in the distance with interest. Ah! Everyone's mouths were wide open as a wave of fear spread in their hearts. In the next moment, they did not say anything and dispersed in an uproar. A bunch of trash. Lin Ling coldly shouted. He did not kill them all because once Night Sky Demon died, Demonic Mountain would also cease to exist. The remaining people were not strong enough to be a concern. Then, he looked at the sky and slowly left. Not long after, the once prosperous and bustling Demonic Mountain was completely empty. No one would have thought that the devil god of the Night Devil Prairie would turn into ashes from today onwards. Hey, didn't they say Night Sky Demon was waiting for us? Why is there no one here? At this moment, several figures appeared on Demonic Mountain, looking at the messy mountain peak in confusion. Night Sky Demon is so bold. He knew we were coming, but he didn't let us wait and even left Demonic Mountain empty. Among them, a young man coldly said. If Lin Ling was here right now, he would definitely recognize him. This young man was the pride of the Zhang family of the 8 great ancient clans, Zhang Yixiao. If you want to welcome someone, you should welcome me. You're just followers. Another man glanced at Zhang Yixiao arrogantly. This man was about 30 years old and was quite handsome. Only his eyes did not match his face. His eyes were too small, just like a slit. But it was precisely because of this that his eyes gave people an extremely uncomfortable feeling. With Lord Yi here, we're naturally just supporting characters. Zhang Yixiao was secretly angry, but his expression was extremely polite as he spoke. This Yi Tianfan is too arrogant. He thinks he has some ability and is highly valued by Lord Wang, so he's arrogant. What's there to be proud of when he's just the head of a family outside of Cloud Sea City? Once my strength increases, I'll definitely get back at him. Zhang Yixiao thought to himself, but he did not dare to show it on his face. He was very clear about the other party's background. Although it was a nameless family, Yi Tianfan obtained a powerful cultivation technique from somewhere and then went into seclusion to cultivate for many years. His strength increased greatly, and he was highly valued by Lord Wang. It's better if you don't flatter me. The man did not even look at Zhang Yixiao as he walked forward indifferently. Zhang Yixiao's eyes were filled with anger. This man was too hypocritical. If he did not flatter him earlier, he would have taught him a lesson by now. They walked along the top of the mountain. After some searching, they finally confirmed that something seemed to have happened on Demonic Mountain. Who's there? At this moment, Yi Tianfan shouted in a low voice. He was very powerful and had reached the peak of the mid-stage of the Earth Spirit realm. No clues could escape his eyes. A man from Demonic Mountain walked out in horror. After seeing Yi Tianfan and the others, he knelt down with a thud. My lord, I'm Lord Night Sky Demon subordinate. I was drunk earlier, so I didn't leave. What happened here? Yi Tianfan asked indifferently. The man did not dare to be negligent and told him the whole story. A young man killed Night Sky Demon? What a bold guy, daring to touch Lord Wang Haiwang's people. He knew I was coming, but he killed the people of Demonic Mountain before I came. He's looking down on me. Yi Tianfan was furious as if he had been insulted. Young man? Lord Wang said that His Majesty the Second Prince would send people to help. It seems that the young man is one of His Majesty the Second Prince's people. His Majesty the Second Prince has countless powerful subordinates, but if we're talking about popular people, could it be him? Zhang Yixiao pondered for a moment. It was not difficult to guess the young man's origin. He was suddenly overjoyed. That young man should be Lin Ling. Who would have thought that he would not be able to find him after searching high and low for so long? Old and new hatred would be repaid here. Last time, Lin Ling had almost killed him. Fortunately, Lin Ling's target was Do Jun, so he had escaped. This time, he would not let Lin Ling go. Lord Yi, I think we should pursue that young man. That young man is a popular person in Cloud Sea City. If you kill him, you will definitely become famous in Cloud Sea City. Zhang Yixiao suggested. He was using someone else to do the dirty work. Popular person. Chapter 213. He who kills with a borrowed knife must die, absolutely not. That young man defeated the scholar not too long ago, and he's already ranked at the top amongst the geniuses of the city. Zhang Yixiao spoke honestly, and he was extremely disgruntled in his heart when he spoke these words. Lin Ling used to be a prodigy like him. But now, Lin Ling was a rising star in the inner city, and Zhang Yixiao could only be a follower. No. Of course, no matter how famous Lin Ling was, it was useless because he was going to become a dead man. Alright, follow me to hunt him down. Yi Tianfan's interest was piqued. He led Zhang Yixiao and the others down from the mountain peak. After sensing the direction, he chased after Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling hadn't gone far. He didn't expect that Duke Wang's powerhouses would arrive so quickly. Several hours later, he finally sensed a powerful aura surging towards him. This person was stronger than Night Sky Demon, and his innate spirit body's grade was also higher. Huh, you're the one who killed Night Sky Demon? Give up and wait for me to capture you. Dying in my hands is also an honor for you. Not long after, the person finally caught up. A man sneered as he looked at Lin Ling. His attitude was extremely overbearing and arrogant, as if Lin Ling was a dead man in his eyes. It's you. Lin Ling glanced at the man and then at Zhang Yixiao. Lin Ling, I trust you've been well since we last met. I didn't expect we'd meet again here. Seeing Lin Ling again, Zhang Yixiao was obviously very proud, because he could finally see Lin Ling die in front of him. Let me tell you, originally when Night Sky Demon died, we should have gone back to report, but when I found out you were here, I immediately rushed over with Sir Yi. You said your brother was thinking about you, ah? Zhang Yixiao said with a smile. She was clearly saying that Lin Ling wouldn't have died in the first place, but because she brought Lord Yi here, Lin Ling would have died in her hands. What a busybody. Last time, you used Do Jun to kill me. This time, you're using someone else's hand. You're a prodigy of your generation. Don't tell me you don't know how to do anything other than using someone else's knife to kill. But Zhang Yixiao, have you ever thought that before I die, you will die before me? Lin Ling did not show any signs of anger. He only looked at Zhang Yixiao coldly. Without saying anything, he slashed out with his sword. This sword carried the might of the 7 blades of Skyfire. Its speed was very fast, making people unable to react in time. Yi Tianfan did not expect Lin Ling to act so suddenly. He frowned. Although he might be able to save Zhang Yixiao if he used all his strength, he did not want to do so and was too lazy to do so. As for Zhang Yixiao, he was still smiling proudly a moment ago. However, in the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Lin Ling's strength was much stronger than his. He did not expect Lin Ling to suddenly attack him. Whoosh! The sword radiance slashed across and a sword mark appeared on Zhang Yixiao's chest. He stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Do you think it's funny? You think that just because you're his dog, he will value you? Unfortunately, a dog is still a dog. He doesn't care about your death at all. Lin Ling looked at Zhang Yixiao indifferently. His eyes were filled with mockery. I'm sorry. You're here to watch me die. In the end, you're going to die before me. Perhaps, if you didn't trick him to kill me, you wouldn't have died. Plop. Zhang Yixiao's upper body slid down and fell to the ground. His eyes were still wide open as if he could not believe that he had been cut in half by Lin Ling's sword. He also did not expect that he would die in front of Lin Ling. If he could turn back time, he would not have brought Yi Tianfan to kill Lin Ling. Because at that moment, he was also going to die. He died extremely unwillingly. With my strength, I can have any follower I want. You're just a piece of trash with an extraordinary status. Yi Tianfan, don't put you in my eyes. Yi Tianfan's face was calm from the beginning. He then pointed at Lin Ling and said, It's your turn. Are you sure you want to kill me? I don't have any enmity with you. What's more, you came here to discuss matters with Night Sky Demon, but Night Sky Demon is already dead. You can go back and report. Prince Wang won't blame you. Why provoke another enemy? Lin Ling frowned. Haha. Yi Tianfan laughed loudly. His laughter carried a domineering aura. Who do you think you are? Do you have the qualifications to make me afraid of you? If I, Yi Tianfan, want to kill you, I'll kill you. What's there to be afraid of? Die. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a tyrannical spiritual energy erupted. Rolling dark clouds rushed towards Yi Tianfan's arm. An illusion of 5 great mountains appeared behind Yi Tianfan. Yi Tianfan's strength was indeed very strong. With Lin Ling's current strength, he was no match for him. Unless Lin Ling stepped into the martial spirit realm. However, although Yi Tianfan was strong, he had obviously underestimated Lin Ling. Perhaps he thought that it would be easy to kill a mere martial spirit realm cultivator. Dual flames. Without much hesitation, Lin Ling used his most powerful killing move right off the bat. The two types of flames fused and slapped out at the rolling dark clouds. The blue and white flames boiled and constantly swallowed and emitted a light like a sea urchin. It collided with the rolling dark clouds in the distance. Boom! The prairie shook violently and strong winds blew in all directions. You have some skills. Yi Tianfan was secretly surprised. This young man was stronger than he had imagined. However, that was all. As the wind and clouds surged, a huge pit appeared on the ground. There were flames burning and clouds of spiritual energy dancing. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that Lin Ling had disappeared. What a cunning young man. But can you escape? Yi Tianfan said arrogantly. He took a step forward and chased after Lin Ling. Upon closer inspection, his feet were half a meter above the ground. It seemed like he had the ability to fly. However, in reality, it was just a martial art. An earthly spirit realm cultivator had the ability to fly for a short period of time, but it could not last long. The two of them chased each other and the prairie shook. In front, Lin Ling frowned. His cultivation level was lower than his opponent's and the spiritual energy in his body was not as dense. If this continued, he would not be able to escape from Yi Tianfan's pursuit. Therefore, Lin Ling looked around, looking for an opportunity. His eyes focused and soul force surged into his eyes. The lost time quietly appeared. Beast Tide. In the next moment, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He turned around and ran towards the other side of the prairie. Previously, he saw a terrifying beast tide in the night demon prairie. In previous years, the appearance of a beast tide would cause great suffering. Therefore, he planned to use the beast tide to escape this time. Others did not know the origin of the beast tide. However, Lin Ling saw it through his eyes. It was on a strange prairie island. In the night demon prairie, there was a place that was submerged by endless water. There was an island where all the beast tide appeared. This was something that even the natives of the night demon prairie did not know. If Lin Ling did not have magical eyes, he would not have known. The two of them ran for another day and night. They were getting closer to the quiet island. The island was like a forbidden area. When the two of them got closer, a terrifying demonic aura began to stir. Chapter 214. A menacing tide of beasts. Not long after, the ground shook, and the small island in the distance seemed to have come to life. An enormous bloody mouth opened up with the intention of swallowing the heavens and the earth, and numerous strange demon beasts that seemed like wolves and tigers appeared from within the mouth. The auras of these demonic beasts were powerful, as if they came from ancient times. It was as if they were being summoned by something, as they continuously appeared from the mouth and swept out in all directions. There were too many. They were so dense that they were like a large expanse of dark clouds. Once this beast tide appeared, no one in the entire night devil prairie could stop it. How terrifying! Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He had encountered a beast tide before, but this was the first time he had encountered such a powerful beast tide. Although these demonic beasts could help him avoid being hunted down, they would also put him in danger. At the back, Yi Tianfan's expression changed drastically. Damn brat, how dare you come to the beast horde? He was boiling with rage. He had been chasing after Lin Ling for 2 days now. In the end, not only did he not manage to kill Lin Ling, he even attracted a beast horde. Even he did not dare to provoke this beast horde. Rumble. The earth trembled, and the apocalypse began. The endless beast tide was like an ocean, drowning Lin Ling in an instant. Yi Tianfan could not escape either and was also drowned by the beast tide. Time passed slowly. 3 days later, the beast horde finally calmed down. The number of ferocious beasts on the great grassland decreased gradually. On a hill, a figure crawled up. His clothes were tattered and his face was filled with anger. It was Yi Tianfan. Although the beast tide was terrifying, with his strength, there was still a high chance that he could avoid it. Damned brat, you want me to suffer even before you die. Don't let me meet you in my next life. Yi Tianfan roared in anger. His heart was filled with grievances. Then, he disappeared from where he stood. In his mind, Lin Ling was already dead. After all, even he had to be careful when facing such a beast tide, let alone Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was indeed on the brink of death. The beast horde he encountered was even more terrifying than Yi Tianfan's. If not for his two innate spiritual bodies, he would have been swallowed by the beast horde by now. Even so, he was still heavily injured. Pa! Moving with great difficulty, Lin Ling wearily advanced through the great prairie. Everywhere he passed, large amounts of blood flowed. He was already in a semi-unconscious state, and was relying on his last breath to continue walking. As for his dantian, it was even more chaotic at this moment. Because he had forcefully used his spirit chi when facing the beast tide, it had caused his spirit chi to become chaotic. The combination of the two types of flames was as if he had gone mad. This was the first time Lin Ling had suffered such a serious injury since coming to this world. Awoo! In the distance, a few wolf-shaped demonic beasts were eyeing the young man covetously. They could sense that the young man would fall at any moment. It was just that the young man's aura was too terrifying, so they didn't dare to approach him. Plop! Not long after, Lin Ling finally collapsed. The wolves in the distance quietly approached and opened their bloody mouths. Bastard, scram! Right at this moment, a clear shout rang out. A leather whip imbued with spirit chi swept towards the wolves, causing them to whimper. In the end, they gave up on Lin Ling and ran away with their tails hanging down. A beautiful figure appeared beside Lin Ling. She looked at the young man who had fallen, but tears of heartache flowed out of her big beautiful eyes. Because at this moment, Lin Ling was like a man made of blood. Lin Ling, in order to save our Qin family, you suffered so much. The person who came was Qin Xiaolan. She left the Qin family after Lin Ling left and followed Lin Ling's footsteps. When the beast tide appeared, she hid. However, she was worried about Lin Ling's safety, so she searched for him along the way. Fortunately, she didn't lose sight of Lin Ling. At the moment of Lin Ling's life and death, she saved Lin Ling. Qin Xiaolan looked up at the sky. It was gray and overcast. Qin Xiaolan knew that they couldn't stay here for long, so she supported Lin Ling and continued forward. At this moment, Lin Ling had entered a strange state. The spirit qi in his dantian was in a state of chaos, but it quietly began to condense. Like a giant tornado, it constantly drew closer to the eye of the storm. Of course, this speed wasn't fast. If he wanted to completely condense it, it would take a long time. Musha City, the border of the Night Demon Prairie. Because it was far away and one had to pass through endless water sources and mysterious islands on the way, the demonic claws of the demonic mountain didn't extend here. This place was like a paradise, extremely lively and bustling. In the ancient Yellow Earth cities, a large number of earthen houses were built. Martial artists from all over and the natives of the prairie weaved in and out of the city. All kinds of hawking sounds could be heard in the streets and alleys. And in one of the Yellow Earth houses, a young man was lying on a bed. His entire body was wrapped in bandages and he was in a state of deep sleep. Beside him, a pretty girl looked at him worriedly. Days quietly passed. Lively hawking sounds echoed all around, causing the young man on the bed to furrow his eyebrows. Gradually, his eyelashes fluttered and a pair of large clear eyes suddenly opened. Seeing the Yellow Earth roof for the first time, the young man's eyebrows furrowed even more and his eyes seemed a bit dazed. Beast tide. The young man muttered to himself. Memories began to circulate in his mind. Then, he sighed, I've finally woken up. This young man was Lin Ling. I never thought that I would survive a disaster. As he recalled everything, Lin Ling's complexion became dignified. After coming to this world, he finally encountered his first life or death calamity where a powerful enemy attacked him. However, in this world, there were martial artists that died all the time. But, as long as one could survive this life or death calamity, they would naturally be reborn. Lin Ling put away these thoughts and then sensed his dantian. However, his dantian was in chaos, causing him to bitterly smile. Back then, in order to escape from the beast tide, he simply used 120% of his strength and stimulated his potential beyond his limits. Right now, the after effects had appeared. The spirit aura in his dantian was in chaos, and his cultivation seemed to have disappeared. Something isn't right. But soon enough, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He realized that the chaotic spirit aura seemed to be gathering towards a point in an orderly manner. That mysterious point was like a black hole that constantly absorbed the spirit aura and emitted a horrific aura presence. After sensing for a moment, Lin Ling was delighted as an unbelievable idea arose in his mind. Spirit aura seed. If a martial spirit realm expert wanted to enter a higher realm, then they had to condense and cleanse all the spirit aura to produce a qualitative change and finally form a spirit aura seed. Then, they would step into the realm that all martial artists yearned for, the Earth Spirit Realm. The Earth Spirit Realm was obviously an expert's realm, and they had the absolute qualifications to stand firm in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Until now, every famous figure, or those who were famous in history, had at least the Earth Spirit Realm. This also meant that Lin Ling also had the qualifications to create his own legend. I didn't expect to benefit from a disaster. It allowed me to go from the 6-star martial spirit realm to the 7-star martial spirit realm and reach the Earth Spirit Realm. Lin Ling was ecstatic. When he was at the 6-star martial spirit realm, he was able to defeat ordinary Earth Spirit Realm experts with his 2 innate spirit bodies. If he stepped into the Earth Spirit Realm, where would his limit be? Yi Tian Fan, you better not be engulfed by the beast tide. I'm waiting to take revenge on you. Chapter 2:15. Masha City. Right now, Lin Ling only needed to wait for the spirit energy seed to successfully condense, so he had nothing to do for now. He wanted to see where he was and who had saved him. After removing the gauze, Lin Ling's upper body was bare. He then left the yellow mud hut and went outside. Outside the hut, a young girl dressed in animal skin was busy fetching water. The young girl's back was slender and elegant. Although she wasn't sexy, she still had the charm of a woman. Most importantly, Lin Ling was very familiar with this young girl. It was her. Lin Ling's heart rippled. He had more or less guessed that the person who had saved him was this young girl. For some reason, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards her. Xiaolan. Lin Ling called out softly. The young girl was fetching water with a wooden bucket. Hearing this, she turned her head and her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Then, she exclaimed in surprise, Lin Ling, you're finally awake. She could no longer suppress the worry in her heart and immediately ran towards Lin Ling. Then, she hugged Lin Ling and cried bitterly. During this period of time, she had been worried about Lin Ling, afraid that Lin Ling would never wake up. Now, it was as if a large stone had been lifted from her heart. I'm awake. Thank you. Lin Ling didn't interrupt the young girl's sobbing. He quietly hugged her and smelled the unique scent of the great grassland on her body. Ripples appeared in his heart. This young girl had saved him and even searched the vast great grassland for him. This kindness made it impossible for Lin Ling to leave her behind, unless Lin Ling had a heart of stone. Qin Xiaolan cried for a long time. Then, she gradually came to and realized that Lin Ling's upper body was bare. Her tears had soaked Lin Ling's chest. Especially when she saw Lin Ling's muscular body, Qin Xiaolan instantly blushed. Although the great grassland women were open-minded, Qin Xiaolan was still a young girl. Hurry and put on your clothes. Qin Xiaolan blushed. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head and muttered in his heart, "Didn't you see everything when you helped me wrap the gauze? Why are you shy now?" However, Lin Ling still put on his clothes. He was wearing a set of beast skin clothes. Although the Lin Ling wearing the beast skin clothes didn't have the same handsome aura as before, there was an additional charm that could only be found in the grasslands. Qin Xiaolan looked at him quietly, and her face blushed again. "By the way, Xiaolan, where is this place?" Lin Ling asked. At the moment, his strength had not yet recovered, so it was crucial for him to find out where he was. "This is Ma Sha City." Qin Xiaolan began to explain. Lin Ling listened silently while he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. This place was very far away from Night Devil Prairie, and it was extremely far away from Ocean of Cloud City. At the very least, he was sure that he wouldn't be in any danger in the short term. "Looks like I'll have to stay in this ancient city for a while. Xiaolan, I'll have to trouble you during this period of time." Lin Ling recalled for a moment before he spoke again. He knew that it was definitely not easy for Qin Xiaolan to bring him to this place. "Not really. I'm a daughter of the grasslands, so this isn't difficult for me at all. Moreover, the daughters of our Qin clan grew up in the grasslands, and they know a variety of crafts. They can easily do well in Ma Sha City. I'm currently the head of the martial arts instructor of a large clan in Ma Sha City." Qin Xiaolan spoke with slight complacency. Her appearance was different from her usual valiant and heroic style, and she seemed slightly like a mischievous girl. Lin Ling couldn't help but use his hand to scratch Qin Xiaolan's small nose. "I know, you're the best. You're too kind. Compared to the great hero Lin Ling, I'm just a very ordinary little girl." Qin Xiaolan put on a mischievous smile, but in next to no time, her pretty face dimmed. "Lin Ling, you're awake now. You'll leave after you recover, right?" Her voice was somewhat downcast, causing Lin Ling to feel an indescribable pain in his heart. Qin Xiaolan continued, "However, you've saved the Qin family, and I've saved you as well. I'm already satisfied to be able to repay your kindness. After you leave, I'll also return to the Qin family and live my old life again." Quietly looking at the pretty girl, Lin Ling suddenly smiled and then hugged Qin Xiaolan. "If you don't mind, you can come with me wherever I go." Qin Xiaolan's delicate body trembled, and her large eyes stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. Then, she lowered her head and gently nodded. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. With Qin Xiaolan's aptitude and beauty, no young model in the previous world could compare to her. However, she was willing to leave her home for him and follow him for a lifetime. This was Lin Ling's blessing. "During this period of time, we'll stay here. However, I can't let a woman take care of me. Since you're going to be the head martial arts instructor, I'll think of a way to help subsidize you." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said. Although they were both martial artists and could go without food for a month, since they were going to live in seclusion in this city for a short period of time, Lin Ling naturally had to do what a normal person would do. Otherwise, he would attract unnecessary trouble, and this was not something Lin Ling wanted to see. Since Qin Xiaolan was going to be the head martial arts instructor, Lin Ling naturally had no interest in it. Instead, he thought of the business he did in the previous world, setting up a roadside stall. In the past, he was self-reliant. When he was in university, he sold many things and set up many roadside stalls, such as all kinds of snacks and so on. Now that he thought of setting up a roadside stall, not only did he not reject it, but he also felt a sense of nostalgia. "Wait, I'll make a delicious meal for you." Lin Ling rushed into the kitchen and searched for all kinds of ingredients. In the end, he finally made a delicious spicy hot pot. It had to be said that although there were few ingredients in the prairie, they were superior in terms of cleanliness. The spicy ingredients were also more complete than in the previous world. When a bowl of bright red noodles appeared in front of Qin Xiaolan, her appetite was instantly aroused, and her fragrant tongue licked continuously. After taking a bite, she was even more astonished. She had never eaten such delicious food before. "It's delicious, right?" Lin Ling felt a sense of accomplishment. He patted his chest and said, "Don't underestimate me. I was a gourmet back in the day. There are many culinary skills that will surprise you." The young man and the young woman settled down in the peaceful Masha city. During this period of time, Lin Ling had been the most peaceful in this world. Lin Ling naturally enjoyed this rare moment of peace very much. Lin Ling's neighbors also knew that there were two young people living in the yellow mud house. The woman was like a flower of the prairie, and her looks were enough to topple cities. The man was also not weak. He had a tall figure and was extraordinarily handsome. Most importantly, the man had excellent culinary skills. Even the head chef of Ma Sha City's Longhu Inn couldn't compare to him. Soon, the news of the two people gradually spread, and they also had a small reputation in the nearby area. Qin Xiaolan also liked this kind of peaceful life very much. Every day, she would go out to be the head martial arts instructor, and when she returned, she would eat the delicious food made by Lin Ling. During the day, Lin Ling would push the cart he made and buy delicious food on the streets. His days were peaceful and fulfilling. Chapter 216. To flatter oneself on this day, Lin Ling packed up his stall early in the morning. Then, he looked at the sky and headed toward the place where Qin Xiaolan was teaching martial arts. The place where Qin Xiaolan taught martial arts was the largest martial arts hall in Masha City. All the youths within 1,000 miles gathered here. Their purpose in coming here was naturally to learn martial arts. And this was not the first time Lin Ling had come here. After entering the martial hall that was built from yellow earth, he couldn't help but smile, thinking of the days when he was in the Guyan sect. Of course, Masha City was isolated from the rest of the world, so how could its martial power compare to the outside world? "Brother Lin, you're here. Sister Qin is still teaching martial arts. Let me take you to see her." After Lin Ling entered, a large number of young boys and girls greeted Lin Ling. Qin Xiaolan's reputation in the martial hall was not small. Firstly, Qin Xiaolan was beautiful. Secondly, Qin Xiaolan was strong. Therefore, Lin Ling also took advantage of Qin Xiaolan's limelight, causing many young boys and girls to be very respectful towards him. Of course, not everyone liked Lin Ling, and there were some who were talking about him. Although Brother Lin is very handsome, I heard that he doesn't have the slightest bit of spiritual energy. He's not worthy of Sister Qin at all. Sister Qin is beautiful and powerful. Many young masters are pursuing her. I don't know why, but she took a fancy to Brother Lin. They were not much younger than Lin Ling, and some were even older than Lin Ling. What do you know? It's fine as long as they like you. Moreover, compared to the young masters of the big clans, I feel that Brother Lin has a very clean aura. Some girls were dissatisfied. Lin Ling's calm and indifferent aura often attracted them. TSK, no matter how you look at it, it's still pretty but useless. The boys were even more jealous. Lin Ling looked like an ordinary person, but his soul force was extremely powerful. As he walked forward, he naturally heard the discussions in the corners. Regarding this, he didn't mind and just smiled. During this period of time, he had already investigated. Not to mention the martial hall, even the entire Masha city did not have an expert that could make him afraid. The strongest was only in the martial spirit realm. With such strength, not to mention now, even if it was in the past, he wouldn't be afraid. Martial Master Qin is worthy of being a young hero. It is the honor of Masha city to have you in the martial hall. On a yellow square, a large number of youths were gathered there. An older youth looked at Qin Xiaolan and said. His eyes flashed with a hint of passion. Qin Xiaolan was dressed in animal skin, but her features were delicate and her body was slender. Her martial arts skills were displayed on her body, giving others a pleasant feeling. At this moment, she was teaching archery. Archery was a compulsory course for martial artists of the Great Prairie. When she stood there quietly, she was slender and elegant, and her pair of full breasts attracted the gazes of many youths. Heart, eyes, hands, one line. Once the arrow is released, it will hit the bullseye. Qin Xiaolan said in an indifferent voice. She released her slender hand, and a beam of light shot forth, hitting the bullseye from 500 meters away. The surroundings immediately quieted down. Then, all kinds of cheers rose and fell. All the youths looked at Qin Xiaolan with even more longing in their eyes. Martial Master Qin, you are already so strong at such a young age. I'm afraid the entire Night Devil Prairie and the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom cannot be compared to you. Martial Master Qin, you're amazing. All the youths said one after another. Qin Xiaolan smiled and emitted a youthful aura. She shook her head and said, the world is so big, and there are so many prodigies. I, Qin Xiaolan, am just the light of a grain of rice among all the prodigies. How can I be compared to the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, let alone the Night Devil Prairie? When she said this, her mind recalled the time when she was at the Qin clan. The scene of that youth using flames to intimidate tens of thousands of people. Compared to him, what kind of prodigy was she? He was the true dazzling prodigy. When she thought of this, Qin Xiaolan let out a sweet smile. These people all thought that she was very strong, but they didn't know that her man was even stronger. Even the demon god of the Night Devil Prairie wasn't a match for her man. Martial Master Qin is too modest. The youth from before walked over and smiled indifferently. Ma Bai, I am not being modest, but this world is indeed very big. Qin Xiaolan shook her head. The youth in front of her was also a martial master from the martial court and was the son of the Ma Sha city lord. In the eyes of many young ladies, Ma Bai was also someone they longed for. Of course, Qin Xiaolan naturally didn't have any feelings for Ma Bai. Her man was countless times stronger than Ma Bai. However, Ma Bai didn't think so. He felt that he was a prodigy of his generation, the most talented elite of the Night Devil Prairie, and the only one who was worthy of him was Qin Xiaolan. Martial Master Ma, you are the strongest prodigy of Ma Sha City, and Martial Master Qin is the strongest female prodigy. You two are a match made in heaven. Some youths shouted. In their eyes, Qin Xiaolan and Ma Bai were the strongest. They had to admire them. Hearing this, Qin Xiaolan was a bit unhappy, but she didn't show it. She only smiled faintly. However, Ma Bai was very satisfied with those words. He raised his head proudly, and when he saw Qin Xiaolan only smile, he thought that Qin Xiaolan was a bit shy, but she had already tacitly agreed. Xiaolan, are you still teaching martial arts? It's almost noon, go back and eat. At this moment, a soft voice sounded, causing the surroundings to instantly quiet down. Many people looked at the youth who was walking over with disdain on their faces. That person was Lin Ling. Oh, it's so late. Okay, let's go back. As soon as Qin Xiaolan saw Lin Ling, she immediately revealed a smile that was different from her usual self, making many people jealous. Even Ma Bai frowned. Although Qin Xiaolan was also smiling before, that kind of smile clearly lacked a hint of friendliness compared to the current smile. What right did this trash have to get close to Martial Master Qin? A flame of anger rose in Ma Bai's heart. Lin Ling had come to the martial hall several times, so he also knew that Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan were lovers. However, Lin Ling's body didn't have any spirit energy fluctuations, so he was obviously just an ordinary person. At best, he was only slightly better looking. However, in a place like the prairie, martial arts was the right path. Only the strong could have dignity and status. So, what was Lin Ling? Stop. Ma Bai said indifferently. Everyone was puzzled and looked at Ma Bai. Lin Ling also turned his head and calmly looked over. Kid, Martial Master Qin is the proud daughter of our Ma Sha city. I advise you to leave her. Ma Bai said in an overbearing manner. Martial Master Ma, what do you mean? Qin Xiaolan was instantly angry. She finally got together with Lin Ling with great difficulty, and this Ma Bai actually said that Lin Ling wasn't worthy of her. This caused Qin Xiaolan's heart to surge with anger. Martial Master Qin, this is the conversation of the prairie's men. It's better if you don't interrupt. Moreover, it's useless no matter how handsome a man is. Without strength, he's just trash. I think, these words aren't just from my heart. Ma Bai said indifferently. That's right. A man without martial arts and relying on a woman to support him, what kind of man is that? Lin Ling isn't worthy of Martial Master Qin. The surrounding youths had long been secretly in love with Qin Xiaolan. Now that they heard Ma Bai's words, they instantly agreed. Chapter 217. Archery competition. Ma Bai's expression was a bit ugly. How could he be in a good mood after being evaluated by the goddess in his heart? Of course, he naturally wouldn't blame Qin Xiaolan. All of his anger fell on Lin Ling. He was just about to speak when Lin Ling smiled faintly. Looks like you're very jealous of me. Unfortunately, your words are useless. Xiaolan naturally has her reasons for liking me. However, instead of working hard, you slandered others in exchange for Xiaolan's liking. I have to say, this is quite ugly. You. Ma Bai's expression became even uglier. This youth clearly didn't have any martial arts skills, but he preached with a calm expression. This undoubtedly made him feel a deep sense of humiliation. The men of the prairie never flaunt their strength of speech. If you have the ability, then compete with me. Otherwise, you'd better obediently leave Martial Arts Master Qin. Ma Bai said angrily. Everyone knows that I don't have any martial arts skills, but you want to compete with my weakness with your strength. It looks like your temperament is indeed, as Xiaolan said, very narrow-minded. Lin Ling was still as calm as ever. Ma Bai became even angrier and roared, if you're a man, then accept the challenge. Provocation is useless against me. However, I'm just bored, so I'll play with you. Lin Ling shrugged. The other party's temperament was not only narrow-minded, but also became angry from embarrassment with just a few words. He lacked composure. This kind of person wouldn't be able to walk far on the path of martial arts. What was laughable was that this kind of person actually had the nerve to open his mouth and compete with him. Fine, don't say that I'm bullying you. Let's compete in archery. This way, you won't be injured. Ma Bai smiled faintly. He was most afraid that Lin Ling wouldn't agree. Now that Lin Ling agreed, he wanted Lin Ling to suffer a crushing defeat and lose face in front of Qin Xiaolan. Although I haven't played with archery before, what's so difficult about something children play with? Lin Ling smiled faintly and walked out. Qin Xiaolan also smiled helplessly and didn't stop him. She knew that no matter what they competed with, no one here was a match for Lin Ling. In fact, no one in the entire Masha city was a match for Lin Ling. It's just a child's play. Is he trying to make me laugh to death? The profundity of archery is not something that an ignorant fellow like him can understand. Martial arts master Ma is a famous archer. He once killed 30 wild wolves in one day. How dare he compete with him? You are courting death. Martial Master Ma, let him lose all his face. They had already witnessed Ma Bai's archery skills. No one in the entire Masha city could match him. He was their idol. But now, this guy who had no martial strength actually dared to accept the challenge. Moreover, he didn't even put archery skills in his eyes. His arrogance made them want to laugh. I can't be bothered to say anything to such an ignorant person. Ma Bai was very satisfied with the voices of the surrounding youths. He slowly walked out and took out a bow. Then, he slowly pulled the bowstring and aimed the arrow at the target 500 meters away. Archery requires talent and perseverance. Not everyone can learn it. Whoosh! After he calmly shouted, the arrow shot out and hit the bull's eye. Amazing, as expected of Martial Master Ma. The surrounding youths were stunned at first. Then, they burst into cheers of admiration. Ma Bai shook his head. He seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with his arrow. Although it hit the bull's eye, it was off by a centimeter. It's a little different from what I expected. Martial Master Ma, you are striving for perfection. Hitting the bullseye 500 meters away, the wind direction and temperature will also affect it. It's normal for it to be off by a centimeter. Many youths said. For them, hitting the target was already very good, let alone hitting the bull's eye. Ma Bai helplessly shook his head. Then, he handed the bow to Lin Ling. I have been learning archery since I was a child, so I won't bully you. If you can hit the bull's eye within 3 arrows, you win. Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. He took the bow, then waved it. He took out an arrow from the side, pulled the bow fully, and aimed the arrow at the target 500 meters away. Look at his posture. He is actually standing casually instead of standing like a pine tree. One look and I can tell that he is a newbie. He's going to lose for sure. It's better to just admit defeat. Looking at Lin Ling's posture, some youths who often shot arrows burst into laughter. With their eyesight, it was definitely Lin Ling's first time using a bow. Indeed, it was Lin Ling's first time using a bow, so he was also familiarizing himself with it. Xiao! The arrow was shot out and disappeared into the horizon. After a moment of silence, the laughter became even more rampant. That arrow didn't even hit the target, let alone the bull's eye. He dared to make a fool of himself with this kind of archery skill? Even Ma Bai sneered a few times. He seemed to have seen the hope of victory. In his mind, he was thinking about how to deal a blow to this youth and make him lose face. After Martial Master Qin saw this, he would definitely lose interest in this youth. The mockery from all around made Lin Ling shrug helplessly. He turned his head to look at Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan's beautiful face still had a smile, as if she was not worried at all. She also shrugged her shoulders at Lin Ling. It's my first time, so I'm really not familiar with it. Retracting his gaze, Lin Ling began to prepare for the second arrow. With the experience of the first arrow, he also had a preliminary understanding of the bow. As for hitting the bull's eye, with his powerful soul force, he was not afraid of this at all. For the second arrow, his posture was still not accurate, making many people laugh again. Xiao! The arrow was like a meteor, streaking across the sky. Then, with a puff, it steadily hit the bull's eye 500 meters away. The surroundings suddenly became silent. The laughter suddenly disappeared. Everyone stared at the bull's eye. The dazzling appearance of that arrow made them feel like ducks being grabbed by the neck, unable to say a word. The second arrow hit the bull's eye. How is this possible? This is luck, it must be luck. Luck. Ma Bai also widened his eyes in disbelief. However, his words made many people react. That's right, it must be luck, because that youth did not even know how to hold a bow. How could he hit the bull's eye? The previous arrow doesn't count, that was luck. Ma Bai shook his head and said. Didn't you say that if I hit the bull's eye within 3 arrows, it would be my win? Hee, martial artist Ma, you are somewhat shameless. Lin Ling did not even look at Ma Bai, his words were full of ridicule. Ma Bai's face suddenly turned ugly. When he was about to speak, he heard Lin Ling lightly said, but I am already used to your shamelessness. The third arrow is the third arrow. All right. Then, without looking at the bull's eye, he raised his hand and shot an arrow. He did not even need time to prepare. The whole movement was like moving clouds and flowing water, completed in one breath. Puff! In the distance, the bull's eye slightly shook. The third arrow hit the bull's eye again. This is so powerful. Wow! All the youths swallowed their saliva, unable to believe it. Sorry, I relied on luck again to hit the bull's eye, so I won. Lin Ling helplessly shrugged his shoulders. Ma Bai was still looking at the bull's eye in the distance, his eyes wide open. Luck? This was still luck. This youth smoothly shot an arrow and hit the bull's eye. This was not luck at all. Lin Ling was too lazy to pay attention to his surprise, turned around and left. Stop, you are not a novice at all, you have already learned archery. The previous one does not count, because I underestimated you. Next, I will use my true ability, and fight with you with the reputation of a prairie man. Puff. Chapter 218. Astounding Plaza. Alas, it's so troublesome. Are all the men of the prairie so long-winded that they won't admit defeat? Lin Ling stopped and frowned. This time, the surrounding youths did not say anything. It had to be said that they also felt that Ma Bai lacked some of the courage of a man of the Great Prairie. Ma Bai glared at Lin Ling. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling. Because of Lin Ling's words, the surrounding students looked at him differently. In archery, there is no single archery skill. Let's fight, I'll go first. Not giving Lin Ling any more time to speak, Ma Bai held the bow and arrow in his hand and calmed his mind. A moment later, 4 whooshing sounds were heard. 4 arrows shot out like meteors and connected with each other. In the next moment, they hit the bullseye. All 4 arrows hit the bullseye. The bullseye was pierced. 4 consecutive shots. Seeing this scene, the surrounding youths gasped. That was the archery that was famous in the prairie. They looked at Ma Bai with eyes full of awe. Although Ma Bai was somewhat shameless, his archery was indeed impressive. Ma Bai exhaled lightly. He looked at the bull's eye in the distance and nodded. He was very satisfied with the result this time. Your turn. Ma Yi handed the bow and arrow to Lin Ling, his expression showing contempt. Lin Ling might know a bit of archery, but that was it. At most, he could hit the bullseye from 500 meters away. But in terms of perfection, how could he compare to a godly archer like himself? Everyone looked at Lin Ling and thought the same in their hearts. Lin Ling helplessly took the arrow and then took out another arrow from the side. However, he didn't shoot it. Instead, he calmly looked ahead as if he was thinking about something. There's no need to look. Your archery skills are no match for mine. Ma Bai said proudly at the side. Is that so? A smile appeared on Lin Ling's face, and he stopped thinking. He pulled the bow with his right hand and held the arrow with his left hand. Without even looking, he shot 4 arrows into the sky. The whole process was swift and decisive, and it was done in one go. It had to be said that this kind of shooting was more pleasing to the eye than Ma Bai's shooting. Even Qin Shaolan looked at it a few more times. Archery isn't dancing. No matter how beautiful the movements are, it's useless. What are you shooting? Shoot the air? Huh, I knew it. You're only good looks. Ma Bai frowned, but quickly said sarcastically. Bang! At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and smashed into the yellow earth square, causing everyone's hearts to thump. Then, they looked carefully. It was an oriole the size of a palm. At this moment, the oriole was shot by an arrow. Obviously, it was shot by Lin Ling. The oriole sparrow has always flown high, and its speed is fast. Aside from the night ghost eagle of the Great Prairie, it has no natural enemy, yet he actually shot it down. The surrounding youths cried out in surprise. Ma Bai was also very surprised, but he still snorted. You only shot 1 bird. Although it's hard to hit a bird, it's not like no one on the prairie has succeeded. Bang! At this moment, another black shadow fell down. Everyone looked carefully and saw that an arrow had pierced through 2 cloud sparrows. Chi! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone was also a famous archery skill of the prairie. Most importantly, it hit the small and fast cloud sparrows. Now, everyone was speechless. Even Ma Bai's face was a bit pale. Bang! The 3rd arrow fell from the sky. The result appeared again. 1 arrow hit 3 cloud sparrows. This was 3 consecutive star arrows. The youths were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. Bang! The last arrow fell. But this arrow was a bit strange. It looked empty. Okay, it's time to eat. Let's go. Lin Ling threw the bow and arrow. He didn't want to say anything more. Holding Qin Xiaolan's hand, he left. The yellow earth square was still silent, but Lin Ling had shown his superb archery skills before, so the best arrow was empty. The youths didn't quite believe it. Someone ran over and picked up the arrow to take a look. Then, his heart trembled violently. He saw a bug stuck in the sharp end of the arrow. It was a thumb-sized 1,000-winged bug. This bug flew higher than the cloud sparrows and was smaller. Yet, it was still shot down by Lin Ling. At this moment, it was clear who won and who lost. Lin Ling, so powerful. After a moment of silence, the youths sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked. This was the youth they thought had no martial arts skills? How is this possible? Ma Bai's face was extremely ferocious. He roared unwillingly. Although no one was laughing at him, he knew that in the hearts of these youths, his status had plummeted. He was no longer a martial master, but a defeated general. Today, he lost a lot of face. Lin Ling, you're just a frog at the bottom of a well. You don't know that in Wuxia City, there are some people you can't provoke. Ma Bai's face was filled with killing intent. He snorted coldly and left the yellow earth square. After a long time, he returned to his home. A man was sitting on the ground, roasting barbecued meat unique to the prairie. He was drinking wine and talking with others with a smile. Father. Ma Bai walked over, his face extremely ugly. Oh, Ma Bai, your face is very ugly. Who provoked you? Did you get bullied in the martial hall? I said, if you like the girl, just bring her back. Why do you have to win her heart? The man stood up and shook his head. The people beside him also echoed, in the Night Demon Prairie, women are subdued by force. Take her back and cook the rice. She won't be able to refuse. Moreover, you're the son of the Wuxia City Lord. That girl following you is her blessing. They were all very clear about Ma Bai's matters. Ma Bai's face was still ugly. He spoke of today's matters. He felt that he had suffered a great humiliation. He was the son of a city lord. In order to pursue a girl, he had put down his pride and approached her. This was a great gift to that girl, but who would have thought that the girl would not appreciate it? Moreover, a nameless youth had opposed him, causing him to lose face. That youth was simply courting death. He didn't know that he had provoked someone he shouldn't have provoked. You've got guts, even daring to provoke my son. Ma Bai, you don't need to worry about this matter. Father will decide for you. I want to see who in Wuxia City dares to provoke my mama. Humph, in the Night Demon Prairie, besides that demon god Night Sky Demon, my mama has never been afraid of anyone. The man called Mama domineeringly said, his body emitting a powerful aura. Ma Bai nodded. In order to pursue Qin Xiaolan, he didn't plan on doing anything useless. He would directly use force. Moreover, he also wanted to know what kind of regretful expression that youth would have when he found out that he was the son of the city lord. Perhaps he would kneel down and beg for mercy, saying that he had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Unfortunately, it was too late for regret. On the other side, after Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan had finished eating, Lin Ling began to cultivate as usual. At present, the time for him to successfully condense his spirit chi seed was getting closer and closer. He was also looking forward to what kind of cultivation method he would find after he reached the Earth Spirit Realm and opened the Blazing Flame method. Chapter 219. Get on the wrong side of the line. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, a strange feeling spread throughout his body, causing Lin Ling to be stunned for a moment. Soon after, he began to laugh joyfully. The spiritual energy seed had finally condensed. Xiaolan, I'm about to break through. Protect me. After hurriedly explaining, Lin Ling entered a state of cultivation. At the same time, the chaotic spiritual energy within his dantian began to crazily revolve, pouring into a single point. At this moment, his dantian underwent an earth-shattering transformation. Early the next morning, the sun rose and shone warmly on the prairie. Wuxia City was still as lively as before. Various stalls had already been set up in the streets and alleys. The city lord is out. Everyone, get out of the way. At this moment, angry shouts came from the street. A large number of people walked down the street with surging baleful auras, causing everyone on the street to make way for them with terrified expressions. It's the city lord. Everyone from the city lord's mansion has been mobilized. It seems like something big has happened. I wonder who offended the city lord. The passers-by discussed animatedly, but they didn't dare to get close. They watched the show from afar. In a place like Wuxia City, the city lord's mansion was equivalent to a king. No one dared to provoke them. A large group of people walked towards a small courtyard. Soon after, they surrounded the small courtyard so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. This made the people who were watching from afar realize that it was the young man who had set up the stall. That young man was very unlucky. Although he was easy to provoke, he had provoked the people from the city lord's residence. Qin Xiaolan had already woken up and was currently busy. Today, she didn't go to the martial hall to teach because she knew that Lin Ling had reached a critical moment. At this moment, with a bang, the door to the small courtyard was kicked open. Several figures walked in, and Qin Xiaolan naturally recognized one of them. Who else could it be but Ma Bai? Hee, Martial Master Qin, you didn't expect me to come knocking on your door, did you? Seeing Qin Xiaolan again, Ma Bai was no longer as polite and courteous as he usually was. He shed all pretense of cordiality and revealed his original appearance. He smiled proudly and said, I came here today for only one purpose. 1. To take you away. 2. To make that Lin Ling regret provoking me. His voice was filled with dominance and smugness, as if he was the most powerful being in the world. It was as if he wanted to see Qin Xiaolan's terrified expression. Behind him, the city lord and the others coldly smiled as they silently watched. Ma Bai, I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. No wonder Lin Ling wanted me to stay away from you. It seems that his judgment was not wrong. Unfortunately, Qin Xiaolan was not frightened. Instead, she stared coldly at Ma Bai. However, you said that Lin Ling regrets provoking you? Have you never thought that you've offended the wrong person? She was really speechless about the ignorance of people like Lin Ling. They thought that they could cover the sky with their hands and simply didn't know how big the outside world was. Moreover, she and Lin Ling had only spent some time in Wuxia City and would leave soon. Who would have thought that this kind of low-key behavior would make people think that Lin Ling was just an ordinary teenager? This is too funny. My son offended the wrong person? You're the only one in the entire Night Devil Prairie who dares to speak to us like that. City Lord Ma Bai couldn't help but laugh. He had fought hundreds of battles, big and small. This was the first time he heard someone say that they had offended the wrong person. Moreover, it was a young girl in her prime. It was simply a joke. Very arrogant. You're just the city lord of Wuxia City. I don't understand where your arrogance comes from. How do you know how big the Night Devil Prairie is? Let's not talk about other things. Do you know the Qin family? If that family was in Wuxia City, your city lord's mansion would be nothing. Qin Xiaolan's eyes were filled with disdain. She looked down on people who thought too highly of themselves from the bottom of her heart. She sneered and said, Do you know Demonic Mountain? If you were in Demonic Mountain, perhaps you would just be an ordinary small fry. City Lord Ma Bai and the others' faces suddenly became ugly. The people and forces that Qin Xiaolan spoke of were naturally not people they could provoke. However, Qin Xiaolan's words struck their pride and immediately made them feel very uncomfortable. A mere martial master had the qualifications to be arrogant? No matter what, in Wuxia City, I am the heavens. That's enough. I am an existence that you can't provoke. That's enough. Men, catch this woman. Ma Bai shouted. Shameless. Qin Xiaolan scolded disdainfully. The spirit energy on the surface of her body surged and her body rushed forward. Just you? Ma Bai's people were all in the martial spirit realm. Although Qin Xiaolan's strength was not bad, she was too young. 1 against 3, after some time, she was somewhat unable to hold on and was quickly caught. Ma Bai's face revealed a lecherous expression and he smiled slightly. I said that you provoked someone you can't provoke, but you didn't believe me. Now, do you have anything to say? As he spoke, he walked step by step towards Qin Xiaolan. Qin Xiaolan's beautiful face was without fear. She only revealed a cold smile. That smile seemed to be mocking the ignorance of this group of ants. She has nothing to say because she disdains to say more. In that case, I will say it for her. You have indeed provoked someone you can't provoke. Right at this moment, a cold voice sounded from within the room. Hearing this voice, everyone frowned slightly. Qin Xiaolan, on the other hand, smiled knowingly. Lin Ling had finally succeeded in breaking through. In the yellow house, the animal skin curtain was lifted and a handsome young man walked out indifferently. His aura was calm and he looked at everyone with a cold smile. It's you? Hee hee, I thought you would run away. I didn't expect you to dare to come out. Looking at the young man, Ma Bai was stunned at first, then he shook his head in disdain. Behind him, Ma Bai and the others coldly looked at Lin Ling. Among them, Ma Bai's eyes revealed a murderous intent. You are the one who provoked my son. You really have guts. You are unlucky to meet me today. Is that so? Unfortunately, not only did I provoke your son, I also killed him. The young man was Lin Ling. He had a cold smile on his face. He stretched out his right hand and a powerful aura erupted at this moment. A soaring flame filled the sky. In the next moment, a flame chain tied up Lin Ling and then pulled him to Lin Ling's side. How dare you? Ma Bai and the others shouted, and they were very surprised. The young man was ordinary at first, but after his aura erupted, it was a kind of strength that they could not see through. It was as fierce as a flame. You just lost a bow and arrow, and you immediately want to kill me to silence me. What's the use of keeping such a person? Lin Ling did not care about the anger of Ma Bai and the others. Instead, he looked at Ma Bai and said indifferently. With a wave of his right hand, the flame chain burned Ma Bai's legs. You said I provoked someone I can't provoke? Today, I will let you see who you can't provoke. Throwing Ma Bai to the side, Lin Ling slowly walked forward. The flames on his body were boiling. He looked at Ma Bai and the others and said, attack together, so that I don't have to deal with you one by one. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Although Ma Bai and the others were surprised by Lin Ling's aura, Lin Ling was just a young man. How could they give in to Lin Ling? After all, they were the city lord's mansion. They did not believe that this young man was strong. Go. Chapter 220. Leave, there are so few of you. You don't even want me to use any of my strength. Lin Ling's face was calm and indifferent. He flicked his finger and several small flames shot out. They seemed small, but when they landed on those people, they exploded into a terrifying fire and burned them to ashes. In just one move, several martial spirit realm experts had fallen. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This young man seemed to be stronger than they imagined. Who are you? Ma was worthy of being a hero of his generation. He calmed down in an instant. I said that I'm someone you can't mess with. I'm just a small city lord. Do you think I'm stronger than Demonic Mountain? Lin Ling looked at Ma with disdain. You're from Demonic Mountain? Who is Lord Night Sky Demon to you? Ma suddenly thought of something. What is Night Sky Demon? Is he qualified to call me Lord? He already died in my hands. Is he qualified to be above me? Lin Ling said indifferently. Ma Ma sucked in a breath of cold air. At this moment, his forehead was dripping with cold sweat. The news of Lord Night Sky Demon's death had spread throughout the Night Demon Prairie. He naturally knew, but he didn't expect that the person who killed Night Sky Demon was this young man. And he wanted to settle accounts with this young man, thinking that the young man had provoked someone he couldn't mess with. But now, unless he was an idiot, he already knew who he couldn't afford to offend. Wait, Mama hurriedly opened his mouth. He was begging for mercy. When he said this, he stared at his son with resentment. His son had provoked such a terrifying existence. Did he want the entire City Lord's mansion to be wiped out? It's too late. If an apology is useful, why do we need the police? Lin Ling smiled faintly. He remembered a popular phrase in the last world. Then, his eyes turned cold. Several flames shot out from his hand and burned the City Lord Mama to ashes. At present, he had reached the early stage of the Earth Spirit Realm. He could even defeat a mid-stage Earth Spirit Realm expert, not to mention a few small martial Spirit Realm experts. The whole process seemed slow, but in reality, it only took an incense stick's worth of time. Ma Bai looked at the scene in front of him in a daze. He felt like he was dreaming. Not long ago, he and his father had come to denounce him with a punitive force. But in the next moment, they were all wiped out. He had offended someone he shouldn't have. This young man was the Lin Ling that he had always disdained. No wonder Qin Xiaolan had said that he was no match for Lin Ling. From the looks of it, the difference between them was like heaven and earth. Now, do you still have the confidence to say that I provoked someone I shouldn't have? Turning his head, Lin Ling looked at Ma Bai indifferently. Ma Bai's face showed a look of regret, his heart thumping. He quickly said, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please spare my life, I will leave here immediately, leave Masha City, and never provoke you again. Some things are wrong, and there's no medicine for regret in this world. Lin Ling shook his head and waved his right hand. A wisp of flame shot out, causing Ma Bai's eyes to widen. He suddenly hated himself to death. However, the flame was merciless and still burned Ma Bai to ashes. Lin Ling also turned to Qin Xiaolan with a faint smile. I've finally made a breakthrough. I can leave Masha City now. Qin Xiaolan also smiled and walked over, wrapping her arms around Lin Ling's. I knew that you wouldn't disappoint me. Lin Ling nodded with a smile and looked into the distance. After reaching the Earth Spirit Realm, he had a lot of things to do. First, he had to deal with Yi Tianfan, who had chased after him. He hoped that Yi Tianfan didn't die in the beast tide. Let's go. Lin Ling left with Qin Xiaolan. His mind was occupied with matters of cultivation. Presently, a spirit chi seed had formed in his dantian, and it was extremely powerful. Moreover, a new page of the Flame Arts could also be opened. It recorded the method to grow the 7 blades of heavenly fire. Unlike the 9 underworld's heavenly flames, the growth of the 7 blades of skyfire didn't require pills. What it needed was the spirit seed of an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. He could use the spirit seed of an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator to continuously improve. This was even more convenient than the pills of the 9 underworld's heavenly flames. Next, he felt that he should be walking on a path of constantly defeating his enemies. Cloud Sea City, I'm back. The Yi Clan city was located in the western desert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was a famous clan in the western desert because the Yi clan had a deep foundation and came from ancient times. The current clan head, Yi Tianfan, had been in seclusion for many years and became famous overnight. It was said that he was highly valued by one of the major factions in the Cloud Sea City. Today was Yi Tianfan's wedding day, and the entire Yi clan city was bustling with noise and excitement. Yi Tianfan was 32 years old this year, and he had both martial strength and fame. He was the ideal husband for all the women in the Yi clan city. In order to marry Yi Tianfan, the Yi clan's threshold had been broken down countless times. In the end, Yi Tianfan chose a prodigy from an ancient aristocratic family, and it became a legend. Guest, are you eating or staying? Now that the city lord of the Yi clan is getting married, all the food and accommodation in the city are free. In a restaurant, the owner looked at the young man and young lady who walked in and was secretly surprised. This pair of newlyweds was a match made in heaven. The young lady was very pretty and had a youthful aura in her beauty. The young man was also young, handsome, and tall. Most importantly, he gave people a sense of calmness. Hee, you've come at the right time. This Yi Tianfan is really rich. The young man looked up and down the restaurant, then smiled and said, then let's stay here. Guest, please. The owner smiled and nodded. The two of them walked up the stairs to the second floor. They were Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan, who came from the Night Demon Grassland. They were here for Yi Tianfan. Lin Ling did not have any enmity with Yi Tianfan. However, Yi Tianfan was confident in his strength, so he killed Lin Ling casually. Other than proving his strength, he also gained the favor of Wang Haiwang. This person was a mortal enemy, so Lin Ling naturally would not let him go. Early the next morning, Lin Ling went to a coffin shop in the city to buy a coffin, then disappeared without a trace. Today was also Yi Tianfan's wedding day. All the influential people in the Western Sand were here to give Yi Tianfan face. Tianfan, even Master He is here. You're really important. Some of the elders of the Yi family were grinning from ear to ear. Before Yi Tianfan became powerful, their Yi family was just an ordinary force in the Western Sand. However, they had become a first-class force now. Even the lords that they used to look up to respectfully came to give gifts. This made the Yi family feel very proud. It's just Master He. How can he compare to the four kings? If he dares to not come to my wedding, I'll kill him. Yi Tianfan was wearing a groom's robe and spoke arrogantly. All hail the family head. Everyone bowed respectfully. The sects of the Western Sand Cloud Moon World are here to congratulate you on your wedding. They present 1,000-year-old knotweed and 1,000-year-old fire lotus. The Western Sand Sima family is here to congratulate you on your wedding. They present 10,000 spirit crystals and 50,000 kilograms of fine jade. The Yellow Blade Supremacy is here to congratulate you. In the vast Yi family, all the important figures came to visit. Chapter 221. A Wedding Gift. General Chen, under the command of King Wang Hai, is here to congratulate you on your wedding. Another important figure arrived, representing one of the four kings, King Wang Hai. After this person arrived, he immediately took out a summons, which was nothing more than a congratulatory speech from King Wang Hai. Everyone was even more surprised. It seemed like Yi Tianfan had become Wang Haiwang's favorite. In the future, he would be able to achieve meteoric success. Yi Tianfan felt very proud and accepted all the gifts with a big smile. The bride and her family felt the same way. They felt that they had found a good family and had a strong backing. It's Brother Ye's wedding. How can I, Lin Ling, not come? I'll bring my congratulatory gifts. At this moment, a refreshing voice rang out, causing many people's eyes to flash. Lin Ling? What kind of person was this? How could he speak so arrogantly? Did he think that he was some big shot? Lin Ling? Yi Tianfan frowned as well. He kept trying to recall the name, but it seemed like there was no famous person in Western Sand named Lin Ling. However, the name Lin Ling seemed familiar to him, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him before. Bang! At this moment, a pitch-black object fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground in the vast Yi residence. Many people looked over, and all of them stared at him with wide eyes. That gift was actually a coffin. What was this? Sending a coffin as a congratulatory gift on someone else's wedding, it was obvious that they were here to cause trouble and ruin their happy occasion. Brother Yi, you seem to be quite satisfied with my gift. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a figure walked in through the door. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked over. Only then did they realize that the uninvited fellow was a handsome young man. He was dead meat. That youth clearly knew that it was Lord Ye's wedding, yet he actually dared to send a coffin as a congratulatory gift. He was simply tired of living. How dare you? Who ordered you to do this? If you don't tell me, you won't be able to walk out of this courtyard today. A member of the Yi clan walked out furiously and pointed at Lin Ling, who instigated me. Do I need someone to order me around? Lin Ling looked at the man and shook his head. The coffin is a congratulatory gift because after today, Yi Tianfan will be sleeping in the coffin. This kid is so arrogant. Hearing those words, everyone gasped. That young man seemed to be here to kill Yi Tianfan. You're courting death. Those few Yi family people were even more furious. In front of so many big shots, this young man actually said that Yi family head was going to die today. This was simply a slap to their Yi family's face. They all rushed towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't even look at them and didn't do anything. He only raised his eyebrows slightly. Swoosh! Invisible flames appeared out of nowhere and burned those people to ashes. What a terrifying flame! The surrounding people were secretly surprised. That young man seemed to have come prepared. It's you. Yi Tianfan finally recognized Lin Ling and frowned. He didn't expect Lin Ling to still be alive. You recognized me. Seems like Lord Yi still has some impression of me. Today, I won't talk nonsense. I'm here for only one purpose, and that is to kill you. Lin Ling smiled faintly. That day, you and I had no enmity between us, but you attacked me. Today, I'm here to settle this grudge. Huh, with just you? Let me tell you, I, Yi Tianfan, have killed so many people, but who dares to seek revenge on me? Yi Tianfan laughed mockingly. Lin Ling wasn't his opponent that day, so he naturally wouldn't take him seriously now. I'll give you a chance. Get out of here on your knees and I won't kill you today. After all, it's my wedding day and I don't want to see blood. Yi Tianfan said arrogantly. The surrounding people were relieved. Looking at Yi Tianfan's confident look, they knew that the young man would definitely die. However, to dare to cause trouble on Yi Tianfan's wedding day, that young man must have some guts. You seem very confident. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, but you won't be the groom today. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. With a wave of his right hand, the resurgent sword appeared. The entire sword became dazzling and hot. He moved his body and rushed towards Yi Tianfan, slashing down with his sword. Lord Yi gave him a chance, but this young man doesn't know how to cherish it. He's overestimating himself. Many people shook their heads, thinking that Lin Ling was courting death and had missed the chance to leave alive. Yi Tianfan sneered. You weren't my opponent that day, but in just a short month, do you think you've become my opponent? He looked extremely confident. With one hand behind his back and the other hand stretched out, it was as if he controlled the power of heaven and earth. A huge illusion of the 5 great mountains appeared in front of him. My wife, you don't have to worry. Once I've dealt with this nameless kid, I'll marry you again. Even as he displayed his martial arts, Yi Tianfan was still in the mood to talk to the people around him. Those who heard him were relieved. The enemy was attacking, but he was so relaxed. He was indeed Lord Yi. Swoosh! At the same time, the dazzling light sword slashed down. Swoosh! Under everyone's shocked gaze, the huge 5 great mountains was slashed in half. Moreover, the sword did not stop. It was so dazzling that it looked like it came from the horizon and slashed towards Yi Tianfan. What? Yi Tianfan's pupils constricted. He was extremely surprised. Mountain, come! He shouted anxiously. His body turned into a small mountain and forcibly blocked Lin Ling's slash. Even so, he was still sent flying by Lin Ling's sword. Rumble. Yi Tianfan's figure flew backward, piercing through several halls. Dust and dirt spread out in all directions. Lord Yi was sent flying. How is this possible? The surroundings were silent. Then, there was a wave of surprise. Yi Tianfan was confident of his strength and did not take the young man seriously. Even when the young man attacked, he took the time to talk to the people around him. However, the result was that he was sent flying by a single slash. Needless to say, this was extremely ironic. The favorite of Wang Hai King looks so arrogant. So arrogant that he can't even see himself clearly. Lin Ling kept his sword and stood there, mocking as he looked into the distance. Boom! There was a loud explosion in the distance. The house collapsed and a figure shot out. It was Yi Tianfan. At this moment, his groom's robe was in tatters. His long hair fluttered in the wind and he looked extremely pathetic. What a bold kid. How dare you sneak attack me? His face was extremely ferocious. Hee hee, sneak attack? Could you be any better at finding excuses? You didn't look like you were sneak attacked. You were just too arrogant. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled disdainfully. It was just a momentary mistake. Next, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Yi Tianfan was even more furious. Spiritual qi rolled around his body and his innate spiritual body was activated. It turned into a giant palm and slammed down on Lin Ling. Mid-earthly spirit realm. What a terrifying aura. It seems that Lord Yi did not use his full strength just now. Many people were secretly surprised. To them, an earthly spirit realm cultivator was like a god in the distant sky. Are you the only one in the earthly spirit realm? Lin Ling's eyes were indifferent. He was still calm in the face of the giant palm. It's enough to kill you. Yi Tianfan's cold laughter came along with the giant palm in the sky. Is that so? Go back. Chapter 222. The fallen Yi family. The sword didn't seem powerful and looked ordinary, but the sword was dazzling. This was the characteristic of the 7 blades of Skyfire. It was like a laser, but its power couldn't be underestimated. Swoosh! The sword seemed to be able to cut through anything. The giant palm in the sky was split into 2, and a large amount of dirt and stones fell from the sky. You only have a little bit of strength, but you're so arrogant and want to kill people as you wish. If others are stronger than you, they can also kill you as they wish. Swoosh! Lin Ling took a step forward, and the sword in his hand became even more dazzling. After he reached the Earth Spirit Realm, the power of the 7 blades of Skyfire had increased by several times. 7 blades of sword. Swoosh! He swung the sword. The sword also looked ordinary and didn't have any mysterious laws, but it was a slash formed by the 7 blades of Skyfire. Swoosh! The sword light was as dazzling as the sun, and it was so fast that Yi Tianfan narrowed his eyes. He kept retreating and tried to block the sword. However, in the next moment, with a swoosh, his arm was chopped off. You're not an ordinary Earth Spirit Realm cultivator. Swoosh! Yi Tianfan was shocked. His opponent's sword was too sharp, and he couldn't block it at all. Yes, my innate spirit body is the 9th grade 7 blades of Skyfire. Lin Ling said calmly, and like a peerless sword god, he walked towards Yi Tianfan step by step. 9th grade? Swoosh! The crowd was shocked. Such a terrifying innate spirit body had appeared in a young man's body. Even Yi Tianfan sucked in a breath of cold air. His innate spirit body was only at the 7th grade, but it was enough for him to reign supreme in Western Sand. Who knew that his opponent was actually at the 9th grade? Lin Ling, are all the young men from Cloud Sea City so terrifying? Swoosh! At this moment, Yi Tianfan was a little scared. He wasn't afraid when his opponent was still weak, but after he grew up, he was much stronger than him. All right, I've said my last words. It's time to die. Swoosh. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He took a step forward and a powerful aura erupted, making him as dazzling as the sun. His body disappeared in the light, and in the next moment, he appeared behind Yi Tianfan. He stretched out one hand and a chain formed from the 7 blades of skyfire bound Yi Tianfan. At the same time, the spiritual qi seed in Yi Tianfan's energy center was being absorbed by the 7 blades of skyfire. This was the new cultivation method of the blazing flame art. No, my cultivation. Yi Tianfan screamed in horror. Currently, all his pride and status were brought about by his cultivation. But now, all his pride was being absorbed by this terrifying young man, causing his cultivation to plummet. Without his cultivation realm, he would return to his original state. He was used to being high and mighty and being the center of attention. How could he accept the situation of becoming a cripple? At this moment, he suddenly regretted it. Back then, when he was chasing after Lin Ling, there was no need for him to do so, because Wang Haiwang did not give him a mission to kill Lin Ling. However, after hearing Zhang Yixiao's words, he felt that killing Lin Ling would give him a greater sense of honor and accomplishment, so he took action. But who knew that he would bring trouble to himself? He didn't kill Lin Ling, but instead allowed Lin Ling to grow. Now, he was back to kill him. A single wrong move had caused everything he had gained to go down the drain. In the courtyard, everyone held their breaths and didn't dare to breathe loudly. In their eyes, they could only see a dazzling light and then nothing else. Plop. After an unknown period of time, a sound rang out, causing everyone to wake up from their panic. They looked carefully and saw that the coffin that the young man brought earlier had a person thrown into it. Looking carefully, it was Yi Tianfan. But at this moment, Yi Tianfan had aged a lot in an instant. It was as if his cultivation had been sucked away. He was lying in the coffin and no one knew if he was dead or alive. But even if he was alive, he was now a cripple and probably couldn't escape death. Yi Tianfan was arrogant and arrogant. After his strength increased, he looked down on everyone and offended countless people. Now that he was a cripple, how could his old enemies let him go? Hee, Lord Yi, I'll drink your wedding wine first. Yi Tianfan said. Everyone turned their heads again and saw a young man walking out of the broken hall with a cup of wine in his hand. He drank calmly and walked away step by step. Wait, what did you do to Lord Yi? Yi Tianfan asked. The Yi family members were shocked, but an old man who seemed to be of high seniority shouted angrily. He was very unwilling. The Yi family was about to rise, but just as they were about to become famous in Western Sand, they fell again. All of this was caused by that young man. Kill him. Yi Tianfan said. Lin Ling said without turning his head. You've destroyed our Yi family's hope. The old man roared angrily. Is that so? But when he killed me, why didn't you come out to stop him? Lin Ling continued walking forward and threw away the wine cup in his hand. The old man's seniority in the Yi family was obviously not low. He was a grand elder, so after hearing Lin Ling's words, although he had no words to refute, he was still unwilling. Even so, you destroyed Yi Tianfan, which is equivalent to destroying our Yi family. Don't tell me you want to leave without explaining? Haha. 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 Lin Ling laughed contemptuously, mocking the old man's ignorance and stupidity. When Yi Tianfan killed him, the old man didn't come out to stop him. Now that he was taking revenge, the old man came out to blame him because Yi Tianfan was destroyed. He was really stupid beyond redemption. If I don't explain, what can you do to me? Haha. Turning his head, Lin Ling looked indifferently at the old man. The old man's face turned ugly. He was still unwilling and seemed to be used to being in a superior position. His temper was extremely overbearing. Then you can't leave here. Haha. Shwa. A sword light flashed past and a sword mark appeared on the old man's neck. You don't seem to have the strength. If you don't have the strength, why are you still talking nonsense? Are you looking for death? Die. Lin Ling smiled coldly and continued walking forward. The old man's eyes widened. He wanted to say something, but his neck was leaking and blood kept spurting out. He couldn't say anything. He pointed at Lin Ling and finally fell on his back. No one dared to say anything. As for the old man's death, they thought that the old man deserved it. Others had the strength to easily kill him, but he still wanted to seek justice. Being a grand elder had made his brain muddled. He was simply looking for death. Who else has objections? Die. Lin Ling said as he walked. A cold aura was emitted from his body at the same time. No one in the Yi family dared to say anything. Their faces were filled with fear. Only when Lin Ling slowly disappeared in the courtyard did they let out a sigh of relief. Looking at the originally festive courtyard, they all smiled bitterly. They knew that from now on, the Yi family was going to decline. Chapter 223. Returning to Cloud Sea City. As for Lin Ling, he left with Qin Xiaolan after leaving the Yi residence. To him, he was only here for revenge. He didn't have time to stay in a place like the Western Sands. The two horses galloped towards Cloud Sea City. On the horse, Lin Ling sensed his dantian. The spirit chi seed in his body had become more condensed. Although his realm hadn't increased after absorbing Yi Tianfan's spirit chi seed, his strength had increased by a small amount. The cultivation method of the art of flame is truly miraculous. Lin Ling felt a bit of joy in his heart. According to what he knew, it was harder for a cultivator to advance in the later stages. Especially in the Earth Spirit realm, it would take 10 years to advance. Now that he had an alternative method of cultivation, it would undoubtedly save him a lot of time. Several days later, Lin Ling returned to Cloud Sea City. He sighed as he gazed at the enormous ancient city. Compared to the outside world, the competition here was much more intense. It was Qin Xiaolan's first time in Cloud Sea City, and she was immediately shocked by the dragon-like city in the distance. Let's go. Lin Ling smiled and led Qin Xiaolan into the outer city. He didn't immediately visit the second prince. Instead, he sent someone to inform Duke Duan so that he could inform the second prince. After all, he'd just survived a life and death calamity and had finally returned. He wanted to spend more time with his family in the Fire Ancient clan. When they returned to the Fire Ancient clan, Forefather Extreme Flame and the others personally came out to welcome them. With Lin Ling's current status in the Fire Ancient clan, it was almost on par with Forefather Extreme Flame. This is, Forefather Extreme Flame was a little surprised when he saw Qin Xiaolan. Her name is Qin Xiaolan. Lin Ling didn't hide anything and roughly explained what had happened in the Night Demon Prairie. Forefather Extreme Flame was puzzled at first, but when he learned that Qin Xiaolan had saved Lin Ling, he immediately expressed his gratitude. Grandfather, this is what Xiaolan should do. Qin Xiaolan said extremely politely. Forefather Extreme Flame had a good impression of her. Sister Xiaolan, thank you for saving Brother Ling. Yu Yu was also among the crowd, and she thanked Qin Xiaolan gratefully. After learning about the relationship between Lin Ling and Qin Xiaolan, she was not jealous. Instead, she was grateful to Qin Xiaolan. This was because she knew that if it weren't for Big Sister Xiaolan, Big Brother Ling might have died on the grasslands. Lin Ling, you're still the best. You hid one at home and brought back another one from outside. Moreover, all of them are devastatingly beautiful. We're so envious. The first generation disciples, Lin Ling, Lin Aofeng, Lin Changqiang, and the others, were all envious. Lin Ling was 1 year younger than them, but he was strong, had a high status, and even had a beautiful woman in his arms. It would be a lie if they said they were not envious. You guys can do it too. Come with me to the Night Devil Prairie. If you don't die, you can also get the beauties of the prairie. Lin Ling joked. Lin Aofeng and the others stuck out their tongues. Although Lin Ling had made it sound simple, they could also guess the dangers of the prairie. Asking them to go was simply sending them to their deaths. That night, the Fire Ancient clan held a grand banquet. The atmosphere was lively and noisy, and the entire clan was filled with laughter. The clan members were all looking at the smiling young man. They knew in their hearts that the Fire Ancient clan was able to live peacefully now, all because of this young man. Big brother Ling, you're back. Quick, teach me martial arts. A child with a childish voice ran over and said with a smile. Hee hee, it's Xiao Yang. Alright, big brother Ling will teach you. Looking at that naive child, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile. That child used to live not far from his small courtyard and would occasionally come to play in the small courtyard. Gradually, he became familiar with Lin Ling. Big brother Ling, I want to learn too. Many children of the Fire Ancient clan ran out and raised their hands. Currently, Lin Ling not only had a high status, but he was also the idol of the Fire Ancient clan's younger generation. Lin Ling didn't find it troublesome. Instead, he enjoyed the harmonious atmosphere. He walked out and personally taught those children. Of course, he was teaching children, but many of the younger generation were also watching and learning. Ling Er's achievements have already surpassed his father. His father above the 9 heavens is also gratified. Yes. His ability to control flames has probably surpassed many of our elders. Old ancestor, should we let Ling enter the Savage Valley again? Yes. One by one, the elders opened their mouths and looked at Lin Ling with admiration. Old ancestor Tai Yen stroked his beard and nodded. He's only 17 years old, but his path has already surpassed more than half of ours. He's qualified to enter the Savage Valley again. Yes. The few of them chatted until the banquet ended. Old ancestor Tai Yen then found Lin Ling and told him his thoughts. Savage Valley. Back then, Lin Ling had entered the Savage Valley once and learned the second-generation flame technique. However, at that time, he didn't have the strength to go deeper. Now that his strength had greatly increased, perhaps he had learned an even more profound fire attribute martial art in the Savage Valley. In the next few days, Lin Ling didn't go out. Instead, he lived a peaceful life with Yu Yu and the others. During these few days, Duke Duan also visited personally. At the same time, he said that the second prince was extremely happy when he learned that Lin Ling had completed his mission. As for Lin Ling, he could rest more in the Fire Ancient clan and enter the inner city when he was prepared. One had to admit that the second prince treated people well. He didn't put on airs often and gave Lin Ling enough face. Perhaps in the second Prince Yunishuan's heart, Lin Ling wasn't just a right-hand man, but a friend. Another 3 days passed. Lin Ling planned to go to the Savage Valley. On this day, the various elders and old ancestor Tai Yen personally opened the gates to the Savage Valley and sent Lin Ling in. This time, Lin Ling was the only one entering the Savage Valley. In the Savage Valley, the temperature was scorching hot. Numerous bottomless mountain paths led to the depths of the valley. The walls of the mountain paths were like volcanic rocks. Occasionally, flames would erupt. Lin Ling walked forward. His gaze was indifferent as he looked at the fist and palm prints on the walls. Then, he shook his head. These were martial arts left behind by predecessors. However, at present, these martial arts couldn't enter Lin Ling's eyes. Moving forward, Lin Ling soon came across a young savage beast. It was a demonic beast with a body as red as fire, but it wasn't tall and looked like a small bear. That demonic beast stared at Lin Ling, and its big, cute eyes twinkled. In the next moment, sweat poured down from its body. Then, it turned into a red shadow and disappeared. It ran even faster than a rabbit. Lin Ling laughed. If he didn't remember wrongly, the last time he came to the Savage Valley, he had defeated that little savage beast. Later on, the little beast went to find its father and was defeated by Lin Ling. Lin Yiming continued forward. Sure enough, he met the big wild beast. It was a big fat bear. When the wild beast saw Lin Ling, the corner of its mouth twitched and it let out a panicked cry. It hugged its son and ran away. Chapter 224. The great concept of fire. Gradually, a vast plain appeared in front of Lin Ling. The surroundings were like the gladiator stages of ancient Rome, with a large number of caves. At this moment, heads popped out from the caves, curiously looking at Lin Ling. At a glance, Lin Ling was densely packed. It was as if he had walked into the nest of savage beasts. In the center of the plain, there was a huge pit. Flames gushed out from it from time to time, like a volcanic eruption. However, the color of the flames was extremely mysterious. Sometimes it was blue, sometimes it was black, and so on. That fire pit is a little strange, and this seems to be the end. Lin Ling looked around and secretly nodded. Gigi. Gigi. The cries of savage beasts came from all around, as if saying, "Who dares to enter the forbidden area? Are you courting death?" Bang, bang, bang. After a short moment of silence, a large number of savage beasts jumped down. Each of them was as tall and sturdy as a bear. They stared at Lin Ling arrogantly. Gigi. Gigi. All the savage beasts let out insolent cries. One of the savage beasts walked out and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Then, it waved at Lin Ling with an extremely arrogant look. Lin Ling was astonished. These demonic beasts had become intelligent. They were provoking him. Interesting. Lin Ling felt that it was very interesting. He slowly walked forward without using any martial arts. Instead, he used the 7 blades of heavenly fire on his palm. The dazzling flames immediately made the surrounding savage beasts cry out in surprise. They seemed to be afraid of the 7 blades of heavenly fire. Gigi. Gigi. The savage beast from before seemed to be mocking its own kind for being cowardly. It continued to wave at Lin Ling and even gave him a thumbs down. It was extremely arrogant. Savage beasts live by fire. Let me see if you are afraid of my fire. Gigi. Lin Ling shot forward like a cannonball and threw a punch at the savage beast. Gigi. The savage beast's eyes were filled with disdain. It didn't even dodge, as if it thought that this short human couldn't hurt it at all. Therefore, it patted its chest proudly. Bang! The punch landed on the savage beast's chest. The power of the punch did not make the savage beast retreat, but a white flame fist imprint appeared on its chest. The flames were burning. Gigi. The savage beast was stunned at first, then it let out a cry of fear. It lowered its head and kept blowing at the fire in its chest, trying to extinguish it. It had never imagined that Lin Ling's flame would be so terrifying that it could even burn a savage beast. After the savage beast blew for a while, it lay on the ground and rolled back and forth, as if saying, "I'm dead, save me." Damn savage beasts. Lin Ling stared at the savage beast with his mouth agape. He was speechless. A moment ago, the savage beast was still arrogant, but after it lost, it immediately rolled on the ground. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. He slowly walked forward and reached out with his right hand. The flames on the savage beast's chest were instantly sucked away by Lin Ling. Gigi. The savage beast let out a bewildered cry. When it sensed that there was no danger, it wisely stood up and shook the thick fur on its forehead. It looked extremely cool. Gigi. The surrounding savage beasts clapped as if saying, "Amazing, it actually came back to life." Lin Ling was completely speechless. He pointed at the huge pit in front of him and said, "Can I go over now?" All the savage beasts fell silent and stared at Lin Ling. After a while, a large number of cries could be heard. It seemed that they had acknowledged Lin Ling and no longer stopped Lin Ling. This was the Savage Valley, and the savage beasts were born here. They didn't acknowledge how strong the enemy was, but only the ability to control fire. Obviously, they were impressed by Lin Ling's spiritual body and ability to control fire. Lin Ling shrugged and walked towards the pit. Boom boom boom. From afar, the pit didn't seem big. However, when he got closer, he realized that the pit was indeed like a volcano. The flames inside were colorful and mysterious. However, what was strange was that when he got close to the pit, he didn't feel any heat. Is this pit the final secret of the Savage Valley? Staring at the pit, Lin Ling frowned slightly. After pondering for a while, he sat down with his legs crossed. Boom! In the pit, flames exploded. This time, they were black flames. After the flames exploded, they floated in the air like demonic aura. What kind of fire is this? It's so mysterious. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. Then, he continued watching. Boom! The flames that exploded again were purple. However, Lin Ling had never seen them before. Boom! This time, it was red. It seemed that the flames that exploded every time were different. Boom! After watching quietly for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, a blue flame burst out and exploded in the air, as bright as fireworks. 9 nether heavenly flames. Lin Ling's gaze sharpened. He could faintly see a flaw. This pit seemed to record the flames that had appeared in the Fire Ancient clan. There were 9 nether heavenly flames and 7 blade skyfire. As for the process of explosion, it seemed to be the process of the birth and fall of flames. This was the great concept of fire. Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was overjoyed. A great concept was a martial concept that could only be used by those at the Earth Spirit realm. For example, the Ancient Flame Clan was an example. It reigned above the instincts of fire and the concept of fire. It brought out the potential of a cultivator's spirit body to a higher level. If I can comprehend the great concept, then none of the geniuses in the inner city will be my match. Lin Ling thought to himself and then waited quietly. The eruption of flames in the fire pit wasn't a single type of flame, but dozens of types that took turns to erupt. Lin Ling had to find the 9 nether heavenly flames and 7 blade skyfire. The eruption process was also very short. He could only comprehend the birth and fall of flames in a short span of a dozen breaths. This was an extreme test of patience and perseverance. However, what Lin Ling didn't lack the least was patience and perseverance. Time slowly passed. The savage beasts in the valley stared curiously at Lin Ling at first, but gradually became numb. The youth seemed to have turned into a statue. His body was covered in volcanic ash, and no one knew if he was dead or alive. All the savage beasts were the same as before, occasionally fighting and chatting with each other. The outside world was the same as before. 3 months later, a cloud of dust drifted down from the edge of the fire pit. Popping sounds rang out as cracks appeared on a stone statue, and a youth walked out from within. This change shocked all the savage beasts in the area. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was the youth from before. However, on the surface, the youth didn't seem to have changed much. But upon closer inspection, the youth seemed to have turned into 2 flames. They were the 9 nether heavenly flames and 7 blade skyfire. All the savage beasts rubbed their eyes and looked again. The illusion from before had disappeared, and the youth was still the youth. The flames on his body seemed to have retreated back into his body like the tide. Chirp chirp. An older savage beast cried out. It was saying that the youth was different from when he'd first arrived. Thank you all for taking care of me during this time. Goodbye. Chapter 225. Pills, I'll buy them. Lin Ling had already comprehended 2 types of the concept of fire. Even though his cultivation level hadn't increased, his strength had increased by more than 50%. Now, he finally had the qualifications to be called a true disciple of the Fire Ancient clan. After returning to the courtyard, Qin Xiaolan and Yu Yu were both overjoyed. During this period of time, the two of them seemed to have gotten along quite well and treated each other like sisters. Lin Ling, why do I feel that you seem to have changed a little? Qin Xiaolan was the first to notice the change in Lin Ling's aura. It seemed to have become purer, and his every move carried a mysterious charm as if he had merged with the restraints of heaven and earth. Have I? You're thinking too much. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. However, he knew in his heart that when he sensed the concept of fire, it would be difficult to control at the beginning, so he would inadvertently emit the aura of a great concept. That was the pure aura of fire, so others would feel that way. However, after carefully comprehending it, Lin Ling once again controlled the flames in his body and completely concealed them within the spirit chi seed. In this way, he seemed like an ordinary earth spirit realm cultivator. Xiaolan, you've been in the city for 3 months, but I haven't taken you out. Let me accompany you today. Lin Ling was in a good mood, and he spoke with a smile. That's not a good idea. The times in the city are changing, and it's very chaotic outside. Qin Xiaolan was surprised. Through Yuyu's explanation, she knew about the chaotic situation in the city. Oh, is that so? Then forget it if you don't want to go out. Lin Ling shrugged. We want to, who says we don't want to? That's right, we're just afraid of bringing you trouble. Yuyu hurriedly spoke with her little hand raised. Even though it wouldn't be boring to stay in the Fire Ancient clan, no girl would refuse to go out for a stroll. Most importantly, Lin Ling took the initiative to speak. This meant that Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of the chaotic situation outside. Then let's go. Lin Ling knocked on Yuyu's smooth forehead and strode out. The two girls happily followed behind him. Yuyu kept talking about which shop had the best clothes, and what accessories were popular in Cloud Sea City right now. It seemed like they were going to go on a shopping spree this time. Lin Ling was speechless. The three of them left the Fire Ancient clan and arrived at the outer city not long after. Although times had changed and the outer city was no longer peaceful, the restaurants, markets, and other bustling places were still open, and there were more pedestrians on the streets than usual. The upheaval of the throne usually only affected the major forces. It was obviously too lazy to pay attention to the ordinary citizens. As the three of them walked along the street, Qin Xiaolan let out a cry of surprise from time to time. As someone who had come from the Great Grasslands, this was clearly the first time she had seen such a prosperous and beautiful street. It was too much for her to take in. As for Yuyu, she introduced the surroundings from time to time, talking about which shop had the best clothes. As for Lin Ling, he was having a hard time. He carried bags of various sizes on his body as he accompanied the two girls through more than a dozen streets. That kind of feeling was even more tiring than fighting an expert for 3 days and 3 nights. After a short while, the three of them arrived at the free market. The so-called free market was a market where cultivators set up stalls. It specialized in selling rare items. As the three of them walked, they bought some relatively rare spirit herbs on the way. At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice sounded in front of them. Yo, the dignified daughter of the Yin family has actually come to set up a stall. It seems like the Yin family has been greatly affected by the changes in this era. Young Master Wu, do you want to buy pills? If you don't, please move aside. Don't block my business. From afar, a large number of people could be seen surrounding a stall. Many of them were laughing mockingly. As for Lin Ling, he frowned as he heard a familiar voice. And your family's ancestor has fallen in this era. Your Yin family has already fallen, so why are you still putting on the airs of a young lady? Let me tell you, if you want to sell pills here, as long as I, Wu Lai, say the word and no one will dare to buy from you. In front of a stall, a young man in embroidered robes spoke with great pride. He looked at the young girl in front of him and a lewd smile appeared on his face. Of course, I'm not completely heartless. No matter what, my Wu family used to be a subordinate force of the Yin family. How about this, accompany me tonight? In the future, if you sell pills on this street, Wu Lai will absolutely not stop you. You. The young girl's beautiful face turned icy cold. She wore a long white dress and her fine black hair cascaded down her back. Her skin was as white as snow. Although she seemed a little haggard because of her family's matters, she was still devastatingly beautiful. In fact, her haggard appearance gave off a lovely and touching feeling. This young girl was a Nuer. During this era of change, the Yin family's ancestor had been killed by an expert. If Duke Duan had not appeared, the entire Yin family would have become a chess piece in the era of change. Even so, the death of the Yin family's ancestor was equivalent to the fall of the Yin family's pillar. It caused the family to be torn apart and was in danger of being swallowed up by others at any time. The dignified 8 great ancient clans had fallen to such a state. It had to be said that the era of change was extremely powerful. No ancient family could stop it unless you were an expert who was powerful enough to change the world. Huh, why? Have you thought about it? The young man called Wu Lai laughed sinisterly. In the past, their Wu family was only a subordinate force of the Yin family. When they saw people from the Yin family, they could only suck up to them like dogs. However, the Yin family had fallen and the Wu family had climbed up to a powerful backer, so they became complacent. Dream on. No matter how poor I, a Nuer, am, I don't need your pity. A Nuer shouted and wanted to put away her pills and leave. Is that so? If I'm wrong, your Yin family's head elder is still severely injured and could die at any time. You're waiting for spirit crystals to buy spiritual herbs and refine pills to save his life. If you leave because you can't put down your pride, that's equivalent to pushing the head elder who dotes on you into the abyss of death. Wu Lai was not in a hurry and spoke slowly. You've gone too far. And Nuer gritted her teeth fiercely. If it were not for Wu Lai causing trouble, her pills would have been sold out long ago. Now that Wu Lai had spoken, who on the entire street would dare to buy her pills? Times have changed. You'd better put away your airs. You're no longer the daughter of the Yin family. Also, only I, Wu Lai, am still here. No one will ever dare to buy your pills. Wu Lai snorted coldly again. And Nuer was very angry. When she thought of the head elder who treated her like a daughter, her heart softened. If she did not buy those spiritual herbs, the head elder might not be able to be saved. However, was she really going to give herself to this bastard? I'll buy these pills. Right at this moment, a calm voice rang out, shocking everyone in the surroundings. Young Master Wu had personally said that whoever dared to buy the pills would not have to hang around this street in the future. However, there were still people who dared to buy them. Were they tired of living? Everyone looked at the person who spoke and discovered that it was a handsome young man. Junior brother. Chapter 226. Helping senior sister and senior sister, long time no see. Looking at a Nuer, Lin Ling's heart warmed. Back when Gu Yen's sect was still weak, it was a Nuer who helped him and silently supported him. Now that a Nuer was in trouble, Lin Ling was naturally duty-bound to help her. What's the price of these pills? I'll buy them for 10 times the price. In addition, I'll give you 3,000 spirit crystals. Senior sister, is that enough? Lin Ling looked at a Nuer and said. He also knew that a Nuer was in urgent need of money. Enough, enough. And Nuer's grateful eyes flickered with tears. After the Yin clan's decline, her former subordinates and friends not only did not help, but also took advantage of the Yin clan's decline to share the Yin clan's wealth. Therefore, she did not expect that her former junior brother would help her at the most difficult time. You're so bold. You clearly know that I don't allow others to buy the Yin clan's pills, yet you still want to violate my orders. Are you courting death? Seeing that his wishful thinking had been ruined, Wu Lai flew into a rage. Lin Ling looked at that young master and suddenly felt that it was funny. He slowly said, Sorry, I'm only lacking a few pills. I really don't know Sir's intentions. Also, what is Sir's origin? Why are you so overbearing? Tell this lowly one so that this lowly one can be more careful in the future. Humph, ignorant and inexperienced. You don't even know me. Wu Lai saw that Lin Ling was humbly asking and immediately puffed out his chest, feeling proud. I'm the young master of the Wu clan. On this street, who didn't know the Wu clan? After all, the entire street belonged to the Wu clan. Therefore, after Wu Lai finished speaking, he was looking forward to seeing Lin Ling's surprised expression. Lin Ling's expression was calm. To be honest, he really didn't know what the Wu clan was. Sorry, young Master Wu, I've never heard of the Wu clan. You? Wu Lai was stunned. He felt disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. He had proudly revealed his origins, but the other party did not recognize him. The other party was simply a frog in a well. You don't know anything and yet you dare to buy pills. It's a miracle that you're still alive. Let me tell you something else. Have you heard of Great General Wu Zhu? He is the pillar of our Wu family, and also the right-hand man of one of Sima Jinshan's generals. Wu Lai snorted coldly and raised his voice. The surrounding people all sucked in a breath of cold air. Sima Jinshan King was the right-hand man of one of the four kings. This kind of status wasn't something they could look up to. Lin Ling couldn't help but want to laugh. He thought that the Wu clan was great, but it turned out that they only had one pillar, and that pillar was only the right-hand man of one of Sima Jinshan's generals. Even if the other party was a general under Sima Jinshan, Lin Ling wasn't afraid. After all, Lin Ling was a favorite of the second prince. In terms of status and seniority, how could a general compare to him? Not to mention a general's subordinate. I'm sorry, I've never heard of Wu Zhu, nor have I heard of Sima Jinshan King's generals. Lin Ling chuckled. You're so ignorant. Talking to you is like playing the lute to a cow. Fine, the ignorant are not guilty. Since it's like this, then tell me who you know and see if I know him. Maybe he's one of our family's subordinate forces. Wu Lai said arrogantly. I don't know many people. Duan Wuha is one. A few days ago, he was drinking tea at my house. Yinixuan is another. That's two in total. Lin Ling said with a shrug. What nameless junior? Sigh, I originally thought you knew some big shots, but who would have thought that they were just ant-like existences? Unfortunately, they aren't here today, or else I would have taught them a lesson. Let's see how they raise their subordinates. They are simply lawless. Wu Lai snorted. Lin Ling helplessly said, yes, they really are ants. Anyway, Prince Duan's name is Duan Wuha. This name really doesn't fit him. Yes. Prince Duan? Yes. Wu Lai wanted to say something arrogant, but after hearing Lin Ling's words, his eyes widened. One of the four princes, Prince Duan. You know Prince Duan? This is fake, right? Haha. Not long ago, His Majesty the Second Prince, Yinixuan, wanted me to return to the inner city. I happened to have some matters to attend to and was too lazy to go back, so Prince Duan came to inform me. Lin Ling shrugged. Yinixuan? His Majesty the Second Prince? Yes. Wu Lai's eyes widened. He thought it was strange. The name Yinixuan seemed familiar. Who knew it was actually His Majesty the Second Prince? Plop. Wu Lai sat down, his face pale. He exclaimed, impossible. You're just a little boy. How could you know His Majesty the Second Prince and Prince Duan? You must be lying to me. Yes. The surrounding people also widened their eyes. They didn't expect that young man to have such a powerful background. He came from the inner city. Lie to you? Who do you think you are? Is it worth lying to me? Yes. Lin Ling coldly snorted. He strode forward and stepped on Wu Lai's chest. Wu Lai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wanted to stand up, but how could he resist Lin Ling's strength? You have great courage. You actually dare to touch my Wu family's people on this street. Cold. At this moment, a cold shout rang out. A middle-aged man wearing armor walked over with a large number of soldiers. Second uncle, save me. Catch him. This person is a liar. Wu Lai immediately screamed, but his smile was very proud. His second uncle Wu Zhu came. This boy is dead for sure. His second uncle is the right-hand man of Sima Jinshan King. With this kind of status, he can simply walk sideways in the outer city. Who do you think you are? You dare to meddle in my business. Cold. Looking at the middle-aged man walking over, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. What great courage. The crowd was shocked. The Wu family's big shot came, but this boy was still not afraid. The middle-aged man frowned. The boy in front of him was very arrogant. Not only was he not afraid of meeting him, but he was also very arrogant. This made him cautious. Although he was Sima Jinshan King's subordinate, he also knew that there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the outer city. There were a few people who couldn't be provoked. I am Wu Zhu, a subordinate of Sima Jinshan King's subordinate, General Lai Hu. May I know who you are? The middle-aged man asked indifferently. He said this because he wanted to see the boy's panicked expression. At that time, he would be able to determine whether the boy's origin was strong or not. You're just a small soldier. How dare you be so arrogant? Yes. Lin Ling walked over calmly. He arrived in front of the middle-aged man and slapped him. Pa! The crisp sound of the slap made the whole street silent. Everyone's eyes widened. Even the middle-aged man Wu Zhu's eyes widened. He didn't expect that after he reported his origin, the boy would not only not panic, but become even more arrogant. Who are you? Yes. Chapter 227. Returning a favor, I'm Lin Ling. Lin Ling said indifferently. Lin Ling? Yes. Wu Zhu frowned as he tried to recall. Suddenly, his expression changed. You're the second prince's favorite, the one who defeated the top scholar not long ago, Commander Lin? Yes. Exactly. Lin Ling nodded. My apologies for my earlier rudeness. I hope Commander Lin won't take offense. Yes. After receiving Lin Ling's confirmation, Wu Zhu's expression changed and he fell to his knees. Although he was one of Sima Jinshan's men, he wasn't even a general. Commander Lin was the second prince's favorite. There was simply no comparison between the two. If Lin Ling wanted to kill him, even in front of everyone, Wu Zhu wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if Sima Jinshan found out, he wouldn't fight the second prince just for him. Pa! Lin Ling stepped on Wu Zhu's shoulder, forcing him to the ground. What arrogance! If I wasn't Commander Lin, I'm afraid you'd teach me a lesson today. Yes. Wu Zhu's face was already pressed to the ground, but he didn't dare to be arrogant. I don't dare. I beg. Have your Wu family's descendant come and be stepped on by me. Lin Ling continued. These people took advantage of the changing times to bully the weak. It was extremely shameful. Me? Yes. The Wu family's young master was still confused. He didn't expect that not only was his second uncle not afraid, but he also dared to step on him. That youth's background was even more terrifying than his second uncle's. Are you coming or not? Lin Ling said indifferently. Yes, I'll come immediately. Yes. The Wu family's young master didn't dare to be negligent. He knelt on the ground and walked over. Lin Ling raised his other foot and stepped on him. You have two choices. 1. You two die. Based on your nephews daring to slander Prince Duan and the second prince in front of everyone, your crimes are enough to execute 9 generations of your family. 2. Hand over all of your family's assets to the Yin family. Make your choice. Lin Ling said coldly. If I hand over all my property, my father will kill me. The young master of the Wu family exclaimed in horror. So you've chosen the first option? Fine, I'll fulfill your wishes. Lin Ling nodded. Pa. Wu Zhu, who was at the side, immediately gave his young master a slap. He was furious. The whole thing was caused by this Wu Lai. Even after kicking an iron plate, he still did not know his mistake, and even dared to slander Duke Duan and His Majesty the Second Prince. If this matter were to spread out, he would not be able to escape the punishment of 9 generations. Wu Lai, oh Wu Lai, why did my Wu clan give birth to a trash like you? How many times have I told you? The situation in the outer city is turbulent, and there are countless experts. People of unknown origins can't be provoked. Yet, you were too arrogant, and now you're bringing disaster to your clan. Milord, we choose the second option. Tomorrow at noon, we will hand over all of our property, including this street. Wu Zhu said while kneeling. You're smart. Get out of here. Scram. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. The two did not dare to say anything more, and left in terror. They had just taken a few steps when Lin Ling's cold voice rang out. Stop. Stop. The two jumped in fright, completely terrified by that young man. I wasted so much saliva just now, you should at least give me some compensation. Hand over all the spirit crystals you have. Lin Ling said slowly. Yes. Yes. The two smiled bitterly, and could only hand over the spirit crystals, and then disappeared into the crowd. The crowd was silent, and everyone was shocked. They did not expect that young man to have such a powerful background. Senior apprentice Sisterin, these spirit crystals and the Wu clan's property are yours. Yes. Lin Ling walked back and said to Anuer. Everything he did before was to repay Anuer's kindness. Anuer was grateful. The An clan was in need of money, and who knew that Lin Ling would solve all their problems for them. She bowed. Thank you, junior apprentice brother. Thank you. While bowing, she was shocked. She never expected that a little disciple from the Gu Yen sect would reach such heights today and enter the circle of experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. When she bowed, her chest revealed a large patch of snow white, full like snow. Lin Ling inadvertently saw it, and he instantly felt his mouth go dry. He helplessly shook his head. When Anuer stood up again, Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. Although he was fast, Anuer still noticed his strange expression. She then recalled and blushed. That's right, senior apprentice sister and is also an alchemist. Why don't I recommend you to Duke Duan? He is lacking talents in alchemy. Lin Ling changed the topic. They were together when they were learning martial arts in the sect. There was always an indescribable relationship between them. If that's the case, then thank you, junior apprentice brother. Senior apprentice sister doesn't know how to repay you for your help. Thank you. Anuer's heart felt warm as she spoke again with gratitude. The An clan might be a faction under the Duan residents, but they weren't well received. After all, Duke Duan had too many factions under his command, and he couldn't possibly take care of everything. However, it was different if Lin Ling recommended her. Duke Duan would definitely value her highly. As such, the An clan would have a powerful backer. If senior apprentice sister An wants to repay Big Brother Ling, then why don't you marry Big Brother Ling? Since senior apprentice sister An is someone who has helped Big Brother Ling before. Yu suddenly interjected from the side. She was naturally acquainted with Yu. Back then, they were also disciples of the same faction in the Gu Yen sect. Anuer's face turned even redder. Lin Ling scratched the back of his head and was speechless. They chatted as they walked. Lin Ling invited Anuer to the Fire Ancient clan as a guest. When Ancestor Tai Yen saw Anuer, he was stunned for a long time before he let out an indescribable laugh. Chen, your son has 3 good wives now. They're much better than you. Lin Ling didn't delay in Yuer's matter for long. That night, he went to visit Duke Duan and made his request. Duke Duan didn't hesitate at all and immediately agreed. Lin Ling was still very grateful to Duke Duan. This duke had recognized his worth. If he had the ability in the future, he would repay these favors one by one. The two chatted for a while. Duke Duan said that the geniuses in the inner city had all come out. The second prince wanted Lin Ling to represent their faction and gain a firm foothold in the inner city. Lin Ling nodded in agreement. Anyway, he had rested. It was time for him to fight. After staying in the Fire Ancient clan for a few more days, Lin Ling went to the inner city alone. Although the inner city and outer city were separated by a city, they were actually two different worlds. As soon as he arrived in the inner city, Lin Ling received news that the mysterious young man, Yi Tianchen, who rose like a dazzling star, had defeated the scholar Zhua Xiaoshu. Then, he challenged the geniuses of various ancient families and defeated them one by one, becoming famous in the inner city. When he wanted to challenge Lin Ling wasn't in the inner city. Therefore, Lin Ling was lucky enough to avoid the battle. However, according to Yi Tianchen, the battle with Lin Ling was dispensable. After all, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he would lose without a doubt. Chapter 228. The imperial city. Just as he returned to his residence, a guard respectfully knocked on the door and opened it. "Is it Commander Lin?" Lin Ling walked out and looked at the guard. He nodded with a smile and said, "I am. You're finally here. The second prince has ordered you to hurry to the imperial city and attend the birthday celebration of Grandmaster Pill Cauldron He Yenshan." The guard replied respectfully and then smiled, "Commander Lin, His Majesty the second prince really values you. We received the news 3 days ago, but His Majesty the second prince didn't want to disturb you, so he didn't let us inform you. We only dared to disturb you when you returned to the inner city." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Lin Ling nodded. Since the other party had given him so much face, he would naturally do the same. The guard smiled and said, "The birthday banquet is about to begin. If it's convenient for you, then let's set out immediately." "All right." Lin Ling closed the gates of the mansion and followed the guard inside. In any case, he didn't have anything important to do in the inner city, so he might as well take a look at Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's birthday. All the influential figures in Ocean of Clouds City will be attending this birthday celebration. After all, even the retired emperor, Ocean of Clouds Emperor, has to give face to Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. The guard spoke as he walked. Lin Ling frowned. Grandmaster Pill Cauldron He Yenshan, this name was very familiar. Where had he heard it before? Oh, right. In Gu Yen's sect. The first time he refined a pill, it was through his mysterious eyes that he saw Grandmaster Pill Cauldron Senior He Yenshan refining pills. At that time, he learned how to refine the Heaven Step Origin returning pill. It had to be said that this was extremely dramatic. Today, Lin Ling was fortunate enough to meet He Yenshan, who was once a titan of the Northern Dipper continent. To Senior He Yenshan, Lin Ling still owed him a favor. Lin Ling pondered for a moment before asking, "What do you think, Your Majesty?" The guard was clearly His Majesty's trusted aide. He smiled and explained, "At present, the new king of the Cloud Sea Empire is about to rise. Every heir to the throne will fight for the power that is beneficial to them. As one of the 3 pillars of the Cloud Sea Empire, Grandmaster Dan Ding is naturally favored by His Majesty. If he can obtain Grandmaster Dan Ding's support, then it will definitely be beneficial to the throne." Lin Ling nodded in understanding. It seemed that the second prince wanted to obtain Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's support. However, this would be a difficult task. None of the princes would let go of such a powerful ally like Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. The two of them chatted as they walked, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the Imperial City. This was the first time Lin Ling had laid eyes on the Cloud Ocean Imperial City. When he looked at it from afar, the city was hazy, vast, and grand. The golden and dazzling city walls were like an enormous dragon that was lying on the ground, and palaces stood like trees in a forest within the city walls, and they were enveloped by wispy clouds. That place was the core of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. It was also the most powerful and mysterious place. At this moment, below the vast city walls, there were people from various forces entering the imperial city one after another. Minister Zhua has arrived. From afar, a group of scholars with extraordinary auras walked by. They were followed by an elder who seemed to represent the righteousness of heaven and earth. Lin Ling took a closer look. This group of people might not be martial artists, but they all had powerful soul spirits. There was a faintly discernible green cloud above their heads, which was extremely horrifying. Of course, that green cloud could only be seen by the soul spirit. Meteoric rise? Lin Ling recalled a saying from the previous world. Those people were different from martial artists. They pursued the official path, which was why they had a meteoric rise. General Jinan has arrived. On the other side, a large group of guards walked over. The leader was riding on a huge qilin and had an imposing aura. That qilin wasn't an ancient qilin and merely possessed the ancient bloodline. However, it was extremely ferocious. If one looked into its eyes, they would immediately feel as though they were being devoured by a demonic beast. Riding on a qilin. Lin Ling's mouth twitched. This inner city was truly filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. As for the general riding on the qilin, he looked curiously at Lin Ling from afar and seemed to be interested. Then, he led the group into the imperial city. In his heart, this youth looked ordinary, but there was a great martial Tao concept hidden within him. Although it was hidden very well, the general still noticed it. This made him pay more attention. After all, it was extremely rare for someone to comprehend a great martial Tao concept at such a young age. Esteemed Elder, Elder Crane has arrived. Another voice came from the imperial city. Everyone's expression turned serious. They looked up and saw a figure riding a red-crowned crane flying over from afar. Rumble. When they got closer, they realized that the red-crowned crane was as big as a small mountain. With a flap of its wings, it swept away the clouds. Xiao Yun, you can go back first. The elder on the red-crowned crane smiled and said to the crane. The red-crowned crane let out a crisp cry and with a flap of its wings, it disappeared in the blink of an eye. The elder slowly walked over like a peerless master. This elder is definitely in the sky spirit realm, or even stronger. Lin Ling's expression became even more serious. He realized that he still had a long way to go. Martial Scholar has arrived. Another voice resounded as a young man strode into the imperial city. He was like a ferocious tiger. Everywhere he passed, so long as it was a cultivator with a lower strength than him, they would immediately feel their hearts thump. It seemed like the blood within their bodies was throbbing along with the young man's footsteps. Martial Scholar, I'll definitely defeat you in 3 months. Right at this moment, a proud voice resounded, and then a young man in a black robe walked over slowly. His long hair fluttered while he carried a sword on his back, and his imposing aura was extremely fierce and cold. It's Yi Tianchen. Many people nodded to themselves as they gazed at the young man. Yi Tianchen was the most dazzling star in Ocean of Cloud City. He swept through all the geniuses as soon as he was born, and he'd only lost to the current martial scholar. Moreover, all the powers were extremely interested in Yi Tianchen. However, no one had expected that Yi Tianchen would be here as well. Moreover, he immediately made a declaration upon seeing the martial scholar. You're just a loser. The young man turned around and laughed with disdain as he strode forward. I'll let you be arrogant for a few more months. Yi Tianchen's expression turned slightly unsightly. He felt that he was a genius and didn't take anyone seriously. However, he'd defeated countless geniuses, yet he'd lost to the martial scholar, so it was a humiliation to him. Yet now, the martial scholar didn't give him any face at all and treated him with disdain before the various powers of Ocean of Cloud City. This caused Yi Tianchen's arrogant heart to be humiliated once more. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to defeat the martial scholar for now, so he could only swallow his anger. What are all of you looking at? Even though I'm not a match for the martial scholar right now, all of you are like ants in my eyes. Yi Tianxin swept the surroundings with his gaze, and he immediately shouted coldly when he saw many geniuses walking towards the imperial city. Those geniuses gritted their teeth and remained silent. They'd fought Yi Tianxin in the past, but they'd lost to him. Now, it was very obvious that he'd been infuriated by the martial scholar, so he'd vented his anger on them. Fuck off. Those of the same age as me must enter the imperial city after me. Yi Tianxin flicked his sleeve and walked forward arrogantly. However, in the next moment, his gaze descended onto a young man, and he shouted coldly once more, "Didn't you hear me? Or do you want to be crippled by me?" Chapter 229. Sword intent collided with the concept of fire. Who is that? He's got guts. Yi Tianxin is strong and is valued by many great powers. Now that he's going against Yi Tianxin's will, he'll definitely suffer. The crowd exclaimed as they stared at the youth. The youth stopped and rubbed his neck helplessly. "You're so boring." In a battle between cultivators, victory and defeat are common. You've only lost a match, but you're like a mad dog, biting whoever you don't like. Is this your martial path? Chi. The surrounding people gasped. That youth is so bold. He dares to say such words at this juncture. Isn't this like rubbing salt on Yi Tianxin's wound? Some of the big shots who had already entered the inner city stopped in their tracks and watched the scene with interest. Who are you? Besides the martial champion, you're the first person who dares to speak to me like this. The martial champion defeated me, so he has the qualifications to say such words, but you don't. Yi Tianxin's face turned icy cold. He hadn't expected that the youth would actually dare to resist him. I'm Lin Ling. The youth smiled faintly. He looked at Yi Tianxin as if he was looking at an idiot. Lin Ling? The second prince's man? Many people were secretly shocked and they heard this name. Lin Ling had a small reputation in Cloud Sea City. He'd once defeated the literary champion. Unfortunately, his reputation was much weaker when compared to Yi Tianxin and the martial champion. Lin Ling, no wonder I keep having a familiar feeling. You're just a loser. Do you have the qualifications to be arrogant? Yi Tianxin laughed loudly. He defeated all the geniuses in Cloud Sea City, so he had the qualifications to say such words. Many people nodded in their hearts when they heard this. Lin Ling was at most ranked in the top 10 amongst the geniuses in Cloud Sea City. He couldn't compare to Yi Tianxin at all, so he really didn't have the qualifications to say such words. Loser. Lin Ling shook his head and laughed sarcastically. He felt that Yi Tianxin was arrogant to the point of ignorance. Yi Tianxin wasn't willing to accept losing to the martial champion. That wasn't a big deal, but he vented the humiliation of losing on others and even trampled on those who were inferior to him. Lin Ling didn't have the time to pay attention to such a person, but he wasn't afraid of him. Excuse me, when did I lose to you? How many moves did he lose? Or did many people see it? Lin Ling said indifferently. Huh. Yi Tianxin frowned and was speechless for a while. Yi Tianxin and Lin Ling haven't fought before. Yi Tianxin has only defeated geniuses who are even more famous than Lin Ling. Many people in the crowd came to their senses and said in realization. So you're saying that I didn't fight with you? Then how did you come up with the idea of losing to you, or did you think you were infallible? Lin Ling sneered. Yi Tianxin's body emitted a cold aura. He had no words to refute. Stop trying to show off. Although I have never fought with you, I have won against people stronger than you. This proves that I am stronger than you. It also proves that you have lost to me. Hee, the one who is trying to show off is you. Just because you have defeated people stronger than me, you think you are stronger than me. Besides talking, what else can you do? If you think like that, then I am invincible under the heavens? Lin Ling's laughter became louder and louder. His voice was full of ridicule. Many people around couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, without even fighting, he thought that others were not his opponent. If everyone said that he was stronger than others, then he was invincible under the heavens. You! Yi Tianchen flew into a rage. He had been bullied by the martial scholar before, and now he was bullied by a junior. He felt that he had been deeply humiliated. My sword is the answer. Swish! Yi Tianchen pulled out his sword. The sword light swept across as if it was coming from the horizon. My sword, I am the only one under the heavens, I am the only one under the heavens. Sword. The sword slashed towards Lin Ling, turning into a waterfall. Yi Tianchen, although this child is arrogant, he is indeed a sword genius. He has an 8th grade spirit body, Li sword body. A senior martial artist lightly said. He had been paying attention to Yi Tianchen for a long time and wanted to recommend this genius to His Majesty. However, His Majesty thought that Yi Tianchen was too young and lacked experience, so he chose to wait and see. But now, Yi Tianchen had become famous again, so His Majesty would definitely change his mind. It was obvious that many people thought highly of Yi Tianchen. This sword is too weak, break. Break. Lin Ling's face was calm. His right hand also pulled out the Brilliance Resurgent sword. He was not an absolute swordsman, but he was used to using a sword. He slashed out. Blue flames burst out, forming a blue wind and cloud flame that rushed towards the waterfall. Kacha! In the air, flames burst out and the waterfall was split in half. What? Boom! Seeing this scene, many people were shocked. Lin Ling's fame was not very big, and his rise was short, so he could not compare to Yi Tianchen. But no one thought that Lin Ling could actually block Yi Tianchen's sword. That is the 9 nether heavenly flame, only a 5th grade spirit body, how could it block Yi Tianchen's sword? Some powerful martial artists secretly frowned. And in the imperial city, many people carefully looked at Lin Ling for the first time. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. Interesting, being able to block my sword, you should be proud. Unfortunately, you will still lose. Next, I will use my true strength. In the distance, Yi Tianchen's eyes slightly narrowed. The sword in his hands suddenly turned into an illusion. It no longer looked like a sword, but more like a sword snake. The sword suddenly became distorted. The world of geniuses is not something you can understand. Great sword concept. He slashed out. This sword can be hard or soft. It is said that when it is hard, it can cut mountains and rivers. When it is soft, it can cut the clouds in the sky. This is my Li sword's great concept. The whole world disappears, leaving only a sword. Are you the only one who hid your strength? Lin Ling lightly shook his head. The Brilliance Resurgence sword trembled, and the blue flames on the sword disappeared. The entire sword became dazzling, like the blazing sun on the horizon. He slashed out. This sword did not have any sword intent, but it had the great concept of fire. Shwa! The dazzling sword light slashed out, causing everyone to subconsciously close their eyes. Some of the martial artists' eyes narrowed. 9th grade 7 heavenly flame. This young man actually had 2 spirit bodies, and he seemed to have mastered the great concept of fire. The 2 sword lights collided in the air, emitting a dazzling light, constantly swallowing and disappearing. In the next moment, the unstoppable great concept of fire cut through the sword intent, and swept towards Yi Tianchen. What? Yi Tianchen's face changed. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The laser-like sword light cut off his arm, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and sit on the ground. Yi Tianchen actually lost. When the surging power disappeared, the surrounding people looked at the scene in front of them, and they were all shocked. No one doubted Yi Tianchen's strength. This person was a genius, and as soon as he was born, he defeated a group of outstanding talents. That was why everyone in Cloud Sea City knew that in the current younger generation, Yi Tianchen was only below the martial scholar. However, today, Yi Tianchen lost to a youth who was even less famous than him. It had to be said that this had exceeded everyone's expectations. Chapter 230. Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's birthday. When I first met you, you were so arrogant that you didn't even put me in your eyes. At that time, I was on a mission, so I didn't tangle with you. Until this battle, I thought you were amazing, but it turns out that you're nothing more than this. Sigh. Ignoring the surprised gazes around him, Lin Ling slowly sheathed his sword and walked towards the Imperial City. You think I'm a defeated opponent without even fighting? How ignorant. Sigh. At the same time, his voice sounded out once more. In the distance, Yi Tianxin's expression was extremely unsightly. He had lost in disgrace, lost in shame. He had thought that losing to the martial scholar was a disgrace, but he hadn't expected that someone he didn't take seriously, someone he even disdained to challenge, would defeat him in 2 strikes. He had thought that in the entire Cloud Sea City, he was only below the martial scholar. But who would have thought that there would be a youth above him? This youth's talent is terrifying. He has 2 spirit bodies and has even grasped the concept of fire. It would be a waste not to take such a genius under his wing. Sigh. In the Imperial City, people of various statuses were whispering to each other, and then they ordered their subordinates to investigate. However, the result was that the youth Lin Ling was one of the second prince's men. This made them feel a wave of regret. Such a genius had been taken under the wing of the second prince. It was simply too enviable. This youth is interesting. Sigh. In the Imperial City, an old man watched indifferently, and then he smiled and nodded. Then he looked at a youth beside him. Third Prince, this youth is such a genius. It would be a waste not to take him under your wing. Sigh. That battle seemed calm, but it had actually alarmed the various powers in the Imperial City. The third prince naturally hadn't missed it, and when he heard the old man's words, his expression became even more unsightly. After losing face on the day of the moon, the third prince had investigated Lin Ling's background. It turned out that he had known Lin Ling for a long time and had once sent out an invitation. However, due to the changing times, Lin Ling was cautious and did not agree. Because of that incident, His Majesty the Third Prince felt that he was being looked down upon by a small peasant. Therefore, after the incident, not only did he not value Lin Ling, he even allowed Commander Du to go to the Fire Ancient clan to kill Lin Ling. This caused their relationship to worsen, but the third prince did not take it to heart at all. Until today, Lin Ling had shown his talent for the first time. It would be a lie if the third prince said that he did not regret it at all. Hee, teacher, you're exaggerating. You're just a child from the mountains. Even if you can fly high for a while, you'll fall down sooner or later. The third prince smiled faintly. Naturally, he would not admit that he had missed the opportunity. Is that so? The old man smiled faintly, his smile carrying a profound meaning. After Lin Ling entered the Imperial City, his soul force immediately discovered that many people were observing him. These gazes were filled with malice, jealousy, and curiosity. Regarding this, Lin Ling did not mind. He believed that the second prince would do everything well. Sure enough, not long after, a carriage stopped beside Lin Ling. The second prince walked out with a joyful smile on his face. Commander Lin, I've been waiting for you. Come, get on the horse. He personally came out to welcome Lin Ling onto the horse, causing many people who were secretly observing to sigh. It seemed that this Lin Ling was the second prince's man. Lin Ling smiled faintly and boarded the carriage. The carriage followed the main road of the Imperial City and moved forward. Inside the carriage, Yunixuan looked at Lin Ling in surprise. I didn't expect Commander Lin's strength to increase so much after coming back. Many people were watching the battle just now. You've greatly helped me gain face. Let all the major forces think that I, Yunixuan, am also a capable person. It could be seen that Yunixuan was very excited because Lin Ling had helped him increase his prestige. This would make many factions consider joining his faction. Kiki, this is what I should do. Lin Ling smiled and replied. When there is no one around, you don't have to address me as your subordinate. Let's just address each other as brothers. I am older than you and dare to be your elder brother. What do you think? Yunixuan smiled and said. When the second prince personally invited him to address each other as brothers, Lin Ling naturally wouldn't decline. He immediately smiled and nodded. The carriage continued to move forward. It had to be said that the imperial city was extremely huge. The environment was beautiful, and the spirit aura was dense. Even in the carriage, Lin Ling could feel that his entire body was light and agile. If he stayed in the imperial city, his cultivation would increase faster than usual even if he didn't cultivate. This was the core of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It seemed like the reputation wasn't undeserved. This time, I invited you here to introduce you to the various factions in the Cloud Sea City. After all, today is Grand Master Dan Ding's birthday. Everyone in the Cloud Sea City will be here. It is said that even the Crown Prince has sent people to offer his blessings. Yunixuan spoke slowly. He then pondered for a moment and said, for this birthday, Grand Master Dan Ding also wants to recruit a disciple. This is the most important thing. If one can become Grand Master Dan Ding's disciple, then their future will be bright. Moreover, it will be of great help to the faction behind them. After all, Grand Master Dan Ding is one of the 3 pillars of the Cloud Sea City. He is also an expert who helped the Cloud Sea King in the past. Hearing this, Lin Ling secretly nodded. In reality, he also wanted to meet the legendary Grandmaster Alchemy Cauldron. He pondered for a moment and said, so, Brother Yun, you mean to let your people become Grandmaster Alchemy Cauldron's disciples? That's right. It might be difficult, but I will fight for it. Right now, I have already gathered all the martial artists with talent in elixir refinement and selected a few outstanding elixir refiners. I hope that Grandmaster Dan Ding will favor them. Yunixuan spoke with anticipation. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders and said, if Brother Yun can make such preparations, then the other factions must have the same thoughts. The third prince, Crown Prince, and their elixir refiners should be here as well. That's right. It is said that the Crown Prince has invited the number 1 elixir refiner prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It seems like he is determined to get the position of Grandmaster Dan Ding's disciple. Yunixuan sighed and suddenly looked at Lin Ling. Your fire ancient clan seems to be refining elixirs as well. I wonder how is your elixir refinement standard, Lin Ling? So. If I am to compare myself with a true elixir refiner, I am still far from it. Lin Ling replied honestly. He wasn't a true elixir refiner and would only occasionally learn some related knowledge. However, his foundation was quite good. No matter what, as long as there is a trace of opportunity, don't let it go. Lin Ling, I think you should participate in this competition for the position of a disciple, too. Yunixuan suggested. Lin Ling rubbed his chin and nodded. I will do my best. The carriage passed through a colorful garden and finally stopped in front of a mansion. The two of them dismounted, and Lin Ling lifted his head to take a look. This mansion wasn't considered luxurious and had a rather unique style. It was surrounded by plants, and some of the trees were so tall that they pierced through the clouds. It was probably quite old. This mansion was filled with the smell of nature. There was a plaque at the entrance of the mansion, and it was engraved with the words Dan Ding Manor. Chapter 231. Chapter 231. To have the nation in mind. Entering the mansion, the fresh smell of grass and trees mixed with the fragrance of pills wafted over. It was like the fragrance of sandalwood and orchids, making one feel refreshed. Lin Ling looked up and saw a sea of people. All of them had calm auras, and it seemed that their backgrounds were not small. Apart from them, there were also many elegant cultivators wearing long robes. After Yunixuan explained, Lin Ling then found out that these cultivators were the famous elixir masters of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was obvious that Grandmaster Dan Ding's birthday had attracted the attention of many alchemists who lived in seclusion. No wonder Grandmaster Dan Ding could become one of the 3 pillars of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Such connections. Lin Ling was secretly surprised. He then followed Yunixuan into a large hall. At this moment, he maintained his silence. None of the people who came here were weaklings. Hence, it was better to keep a low profile. When he arrived at Yunixuan's seat, Lin Ling instantly saw a familiar person. It was a woman, and she was discussing something with a few men. From afar, the woman's clothes were whiter than snow, and her willowy eyebrows were like the moon. Her eyes that were clear like water were sometimes doubtful and sometimes certain. Senior Sisterin. Looking at that woman, Lin Ling couldn't help but be surprised. You know each other? Beside him, Yunixuan laughed in a strange manner. She is a senior sister of my martial arts sect. Lin Ling was still surprised. He did not expect an Yuer to appear here. Hee, it's even better if she's an acquaintance. She was introduced by Duke Duan. Although I have many alchemists working under me, there aren't many with experience. Coincidentally, it's Grandmaster Dan Ding's birthday celebration, so I asked her to come. Yunixuan explained. Lin Ling smiled speechlessly. If he had known earlier that senior apprentice Sisterin would return, he would have brought her to the inner city. Unfortunately, he didn't know about Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's birthday. The 2 of them walked over. And Yuer was extremely surprised when she saw Lin Ling. She bowed slightly to the second prince and then smiled at Lin Ling. She was secretly surprised. Not long ago, Lin Ling had helped her and even recommended her to Duke Duan. At that time, she was suspicious of Lin Ling's identity. After seeing him today, she finally understood. This was her former junior brother, and now he was calling the second prince. It was obvious that he had a high status. Lin Ling also exchanged a few words with an Yuer. The youths who had been chatting with an Yuer earlier were now a bit jealous. They were all alchemists who had been invited by the second prince. This was the first time they saw an Yuer and they were immediately attracted by her elegant temperament. After chatting for a while, they realized that this beautiful woman was also extremely skilled in alchemy. And Yuer had unknowingly developed feelings of longing in their hearts. But they didn't expect that after a young man appeared, an Yuer's elegant attitude would gradually change into passion. Unless they were idiots, how could they not see that an Yuer had a good impression of this young man? Alright, today is also an opportunity for all of you. In a moment, Grandmaster Pill Cauldron will be conducting an alchemy assessment. If all of you perform well and are valued by Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, then you will have no worries for the rest of your lives. The second prince looked at the youths and then at Lin Ling. His indifferent expression changed to one of friendliness. Lin Ling, in a moment, you should come as well. Lin Ling nodded. The several alchemists remained silent, but in their hearts they were disdainful. They had their own circle of alchemists. Anyone who refined a pill would be known by the other alchemists in their circle. After a long time, they could be considered to have known each other. But Lin Ling? They had never seen him before, nor had they ever heard of him. He was probably just here to make up the numbers. Their eyes flashed with disdain. Lin Ling's soul force was extremely powerful, so he naturally vaguely sensed it. But he just smiled. He had no interest in dealing with these arrogant fellows. The great general of Agile Cavalry has arrived. The third prince has arrived. One by one, the important figures arrived. Then they began to greet each other. Their polite appearances made it seem as if they were old friends. But in reality, they were all secretly competing with each other. Second brother is also here. You really need to join in the fun no matter where you go. In the distance, the third prince greeted the other princes. When he saw Yunixuan, he immediately smiled and said. These words seemed to be polite, but they were actually mocking Yunixuan. He was saying that Yunixuan was doing useless things, trying to build up his reputation everywhere. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to him. Originally, the third prince didn't care about Yunixuan. He saw him as an ordinary prince with no competition. But ever since Lin Ling appeared, he had won glory for the second prince time and time again, causing the second prince to gradually rise in the eyes of the major forces. After a while, the third prince also knew that Yunixuan was friendly on the surface, but he also had a competitive mind. So he also saw Yunixuan as a competitor. Of course, he was just a small competitor. In the third prince's heart, Yunixuan was overestimating himself. But occasionally, he would suppress such a weak opponent, which would add a bit of fun. Third brother is also a person who likes to join in the fun. Unfortunately, wherever you are, there will also be big brother. Yunixuan didn't care about the third prince's mockery. He only replied with a smile. He was also saying that no matter how powerful the third prince was, it was useless. Above him, there was still the crown prince. Haha. The third prince laughed coldly. He was in a bad mood. He didn't say anything more and turned to make friends with the other important figures. My third brother looks refined on the surface, but he has a narrow personality. He is a difficult opponent. Yunixuan also looked away and whispered to Lin Ling. He now saw Lin Ling as his confidant, so he didn't hide anything from him. Lin Ling sighed inwardly. The imperial family was as deep as the sea. For the throne, even blood brothers could draw their swords and fight each other. In his previous life, he had seen many such scenes on TV. However, people died for wealth. Birds died for food. This was the same everywhere. Lin Ling thought for a moment and smiled. He can only be said to be a difficult opponent. But in terms of the appearance of an emperor, he is still a little lacking. Oh. Yunixuan's eyes lit up. He was somewhat interested. What do you mean? Lin Ling smiled bitterly. He had watched a lot of TV in his previous life, and it was all shown on TV. Most of those princes who were as cunning as villains couldn't become emperors because they were short-sighted and haggled over small matters. They lacked the magnanimity to cut off all means of retreat. But how could he explain this? To become a king, don't bother with trifles and have the country in your heart. Lin Ling said thoughtfully. Don't bother with trifles and have the country in your heart. Yunixuan muttered to himself. His eyes lit up even more. For some reason, after hearing Lin Ling's words, he became more optimistic about the future. Chapter 232. Meeting an old friend, I wonder if Lin Ling is a monarch? Yunixuan suddenly asked. Lin Ling smiled and said, I am not a monarch because I am unable to ignore the trifles. If I don't offend others, they won't offend me. But if they offend me, I will return it 1,000 times over. From this, you can see that I don't have the bearing of an emperor. Yunixuan nodded and seemed to have relaxed. Lin Ling still had a smile on his face, but there was something he didn't say in his heart. I might not have the bearing of an emperor, but my goal is to become a martial god that surpasses the bearing of an emperor. On the surface, Lin Ling seemed to always have the bearing of an emperor, which made Yunixuan feel at ease. But he didn't know that Lin Ling's ambition and goal were even greater than his. The bearing of an emperor might be able to unify the kingdom, but it wasn't freedom. A martial god that could unify thousands of kingdoms was the true carefree and unfettered. His Majesty the Crown Prince has arrived. Right at this moment, a voice echoed, which instantly silenced the entire grand hall. The Crown Prince was the most promising martial expert to become the King of Cloud Sea. This person was the Emperor and was born with an imperial aura. He was like a god in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. As soon as the voice echoed, all the princes had grave expressions. Even the third prince withdrew his contemptuous expression. Under everyone's gaze, a youth walked in with a large group of people. He glanced at everyone and smiled. Apologies, His Majesty the Crown Prince has something to do and couldn't make it here. Thus, he asked me to celebrate Grandmaster's birthday. Everyone was silently shocked. Only the Crown Prince didn't personally attend Grandmaster Dan Ding's birthday. From another perspective, it showed that the Crown Prince had a high temperament. I wonder how I should address this lord? Someone asked the youth. The youth had a proud expression. Even though there were many influential figures present, he still didn't have any stage fright. Lu Qingyun, people call me Dangxiangzi. This child is so arrogant. He didn't greet all the influential figures. He is just relying on His Majesty the Crown Prince as his backer. Many people frowned, but when they thought of the youth's name, their eyes flickered. Dangxiangzi. A genius in the alchemy Dao of Ocean of Cloud City. It was said that this child's innate talent was outstanding since he was young. He possessed a fire elemental innate spirit body. After he was lucky enough to obtain the 9 scrolls of pill fragrance, his path of alchemy had been smooth sailing. He was young, but his experience and maturity had already surpassed many century-old alchemists. There was even an alchemy tournament where he single-handedly defeated 1,000 alchemists. That tournament was the famous Alchemy Smell Tournament in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It's him. Many people nodded. Danxiangzi could be considered to have shocked everyone in the pill-sniffing competition. Who would have thought that such a talent would be recruited by His Majesty, the Crown Prince? I have long heard that Grandmaster Dan Ding is a prominent figure in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Today, I have received the Crown Prince's favor and personally came here. My objective is to become Grandmaster Dan Ding's disciple. Lu Qingyun looked at the silent crowd and smiled again. If I become Grandmaster Dan Ding's disciple, then in the future, I will also be able to work together with my colleagues. How arrogant. Everyone from the various factions frowned. This Lu Qingyun had the Crown Prince as his backer. He was too arrogant and condescending. Grandmaster Dan Ding hadn't even appeared yet, and he already thought that he would become the Grandmaster's disciple. Furthermore, the King of Yunhai had yet to be confirmed. He was even more arrogant and thought that the Crown Prince had already seized the throne. Everyone else was just like him, the Crown Prince's subordinates and colleagues. Isn't your distinguished self too confident? Behind the third prince, an alchemist walked out. He naturally wouldn't allow His Majesty to be humiliated. You? I think you are called Lu Lingkai. A trash who can only refine third-grade elixirs is qualified to speak to me? Lu Qingyun laughed with disdain and then shook his head disdainfully. He said to the Second Prince, are these all your subordinates capable? It's not that I am looking down on you, but you are still too weak to compete with the Crown Prince for the throne. Arrogant. This was arrogance. In front of everyone, he didn't give the Second Prince any face. This was extremely rare in Yunhai City. But from another perspective, it also showed the Crown Prince's domineering aura. His subordinates were also incomparably domineering. They didn't place anyone in their eyes. The time hasn't come yet. Everything hasn't been decided yet. It's too early to say anything. The third prince didn't get angry. Instead, he said indifferently. It was clear that he was extremely afraid of the Crown Prince. Then let's wait and see. Lu Qingyun smiled faintly and strode forward. Along the way, he greeted the people with high status, but his attitude was arrogant, as if his status was higher than theirs. When he saw the Second Prince, he looked at the alchemist behind the Second Prince with disdain. Second Prince, no wonder the Crown Prince said that among all the competitors for the throne, the Third Prince could be considered an opponent. The Second Prince is like the other princes, pleasant to the eye but useless. At first I thought it was a joke, but now it seems that it really is the case. Ha ha. Lu Qingyun laughed and walked back to his seat. The Second Prince's face turned ugly. Being belittled in front of so many people, this had a huge impact on his reputation. Just a clown. Being arrogant for a short period of time can actually increase Brother Yun's prestige. Lin Ling's calm voice sounded in the second prince's ears. The second prince nodded, and his anger dissipated a little. Grandmaster Dan Ding has arrived. Right at this moment, a loud voice rang out. Everyone's eyes lit up, and all the princes revealed looks of anticipation. Grandmaster Dan Ding was one of the 3 pillars of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He was highly respected and was also the symbol of alchemists. If they could obtain Grandmaster Dan Ding's help, then they would be like a tiger that had grown wings. On the surface, it looked like all the major factions were here to celebrate the birthday, but in reality, they wanted to rope in the mysterious elder. Ha, everyone is considerate. Ha. An elder led 2 apprentices in with large strides. This elder had white hair and a youthful complexion. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s, but upon closer inspection, he didn't seem to be that old. This was because his white hair was tinged with black, and there weren't many wrinkles on his face. Those who were familiar with him knew that this elder was King Yunhai's right-hand man. He wasn't even 100 years old. It was obvious that this elder knew alchemy, so he knew how to recuperate. Greetings, Grand Master. Greetings. Everyone stood up and bowed respectfully. Lin Ling was no exception. Although this was the first time he had met Grandmaster Dan Ding, he had seen him refine pills before. It could be said that he had helped Lin Ling a little. Thus, Lin Ling owed this elder a favor. No need for formalities. I, old he, have already buried my neck in the yellow earth. I can pass on at any time. I am very happy that you are here to celebrate my birthday. The elder was amiable and approachable, and he didn't put on any airs. After that, the elder continued, it's a birthday, after all. It's just for the liveliness. Sit down and have a meal. It's that simple. Men, serve the dishes. Yes. Chapter 233. Birthday congratulations. The birthday speech was about the same as usual, but the birthday gift was different. The old man was indifferent by nature and didn't care about fame and fortune. Naturally, he didn't care about treasures like gold and silver. As for rare treasures like spirit grasses, the old man was a pill cauldron grandmaster. What kind of spirit grasses hadn't he seen before? Therefore, most of the treasures they took out only received a polite smile from the old man. Yin Yifan wishes old Mr. a long life and fortune as vast as the East Sea. For this birthday celebration, I'm presenting a calligraphy painting of Mr. Guanglo. This painting is authentic and has a history of 1,000 years. I hope old Mr. will like it. It was at this moment that the 3rd prince walked out and clapped his hands. Immediately, 2 people walked out from behind him. They took out a calligraphy painting from a jade box and opened it up. Words as sharp as knives appeared, and at the end of the painting was a name, Mr. Guanglo. This is the picture. He Yenshan stared at the painting, his old eyes gleaming. In this life, he had fame, etiquette, martial arts, and alchemy, so he was already satisfied. His life was mainly focused on alchemy, but he also had other interests, and that was all kinds of landscape calligraphy and paintings. The rarer, the more ancient, and the more mystical they were, the more he liked them. Especially when he was old, his liking for them had reached the level of obsession. His entire residence had a huge collection of ancient calligraphy and paintings from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, and he would carefully admire them every day. Only then would he be able to eat and sleep. Unfortunately, in this world, martial arts reigned supreme. Very few people put effort into literature, resulting in not many good works. This was He Yenshan's regret. As for Mr. Guang Li's works, he was a man who used calligraphy in martial arts. Although he wasn't strong, the calligraphy he wrote was aesthetically pleasing and quite magical. It was a pity that he didn't have many works. Most of them were destroyed by the flow of time. It wasn't until 500 years after his death that his works were collected by some refined scholars. Therefore, when His Majesty the 3rd Prince took out the map, He Yenshan was immediately overjoyed. Okay. He He Yenshan quickly walked down and carefully admired the words. He could not help but praise them 3 times. The third prince was overjoyed. Receiving praise from He Yenshan had undoubtedly brought him closer to He Yenshan. The people from the other factions secretly frowned. This third prince was indeed well prepared. However, how could the people from the other factions let the third prince monopolize everything? To be valued by senior He Yenshan? Although Mr. Leshen's calligraphy is rarely seen in 1,000 years, it doesn't mean that his calligraphy is valuable just because it is ancient. His Majesty the Crown Prince knew that Senior was well versed in the way of elegance. 3 years ago, he ordered 100 painters to paint the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's painting of mountains and rivers. At this moment, the Crown Prince's representative, Lu Qingyun, walked out. He waved his hand and a few people appeared behind him. They took out a scroll and looked around arrogantly. Then, they opened the scroll. Whoosh! A huge painting appeared. The entire painting was 10 meters long and 2 meters high. There were mountains, rivers, cities, and people. This was a landscape painting. At present, it wasn't difficult for martial artists to draw all kinds of pictures with their spiritual energy. However, the difficult part was leaving the picture on the paper. After all, this wasn't a test of one's strength, but a test of one's brushwork and skills. It even tested the artist's level. Hence, there were very few painters in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. A landscape painting was naturally enough to intimidate the entire city. Since it suited He Yenshan's taste, its value was definitely better than ancient paintings. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the older the paintings, the better. After all, in some ancient mystic realms, some treasures were even 10,000 years old. Hence, the better the technique, the more valuable it was. This painting. Senior He Yenshan kept the painting and looked at the mountain and river painting. His old eyes were flickering like a child who saw his favorite toy. He couldn't bear to put it down. Using 3 years of effort and 100 painters to paint. This painting is simply divine. Look at the mountains, the rivers, the city, and most importantly, the people. Senior He Yenshan was constantly evaluating. It was obvious that he was very excited. The simplest things were sometimes the most perfect. Leaving the brush and ink on the paper to paint was obviously more perfect than painting in the air with spiritual energy. At the same time, it was also more difficult. His Majesty the Crown Prince is so thoughtful. Senior He Yenshan touched the painting and muttered to himself. At this moment, the situation had quietly shifted to the Crown Prince's side. Everyone sighed inwardly. The Crown Prince was indeed worthy of having the appearance of an emperor. He was majestic and majestic. He had started preparing for this scene 3 years ago. It was as if everything was set in stone. Landscape painting. His Majesty the Third Prince, on the other hand, had an ugly look on his face. Earlier, he had been the center of attention, but now that His Majesty the Crown Prince had appeared, his radiance had been overshadowed. Senior He Yenshan seemed to be leaning towards His Majesty the Crown Prince. Big Brother is truly capable. No wonder we were suppressed by him. I even prepared a golden jade brush, but it seems like I can't bring it out. It is a disgrace. Sigh. Looking at the scene in the Grand Hall, Yunishwan couldn't help but sigh. It looked like a birthday celebration, but it was actually a time for all the princes to increase their reputation. At the same time, it was also a time for them to rope in Senior He Yenshan. A pity that Yunishwan wasn't prepared and was obviously defeated. As for Lin Ling, he had been tongue-tied since the beginning. This world might respect martial arts, but this elder's taste was still heavy. He actually liked calligraphy and painting. Furthermore, those paintings and those words were too disgraceful. Let's not talk about those words first. Just take the painting for example. The painting was crooked, and it was even worse than the painting he had seen in the calligraphy exhibition he had attended in university. The martial arts of this world were indeed powerful, but in terms of literature, it was far inferior to the previous world. If it is in terms of wealth or treasures, I might not be a match for the princes. But if it is in terms of painting and calligraphy, I seem to be 9 streets ahead of them. Lin Ling rubbed his nose and said. Yinixuan stared at him from the side. At the same time, Anuer's beautiful eyes were emitting radiance. Both of them were in disbelief. Most of the people in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had been practicing martial arts since young. In terms of literature, they only needed to know how to read. Therefore, there were very few people who knew how to write and draw. Lin Ling actually said that he was 9 streets ahead of them. Lin Ling didn't seem to be that old. Even if he focused on literature since young, how could his calligraphy and paintings be better than others? Lin Ling, what do you mean? Yinixuan didn't really believe it, but Lin Ling had always been mysterious in his heart and had created miracles time and time again. Hence, he still asked. Kiki, Lin Ling will deliver Brother Yun's gift on your behalf. Yes. Lin Ling let out a faint smile and walked out with large strides. He wanted to win glory for the second prince. Furthermore, the crown prince was his enemy. How could he allow his enemy to flaunt his prowess? In the grand hall, He Yenshan was still admiring the calligraphy and painting. The surrounding people were silent while Lu Qingyun had this complacent smile. At this moment, Lin Ling walked out. Chapter 234. Suppression. Lin Ling's appearance was obviously inappropriate. After all, Senior He Yenshan was admiring the landscape painting. His appearance was the same as interrupting the painting and slapping the crown prince's face. Lu Qingyun's expression instantly turned cold. This Yinixuan was getting bolder and bolder. He actually allowed a subordinate to come out and cause trouble. Yinixuan subordinate? Good. However, He Yenshan didn't get angry. He smiled and looked at Lin Ling before he continued to admire the landscape painting. Old Sir is still looking at this painting? Is this painting so good? Let you enjoy it so much that you forget to leave. Lin Ling let out a faint smile and walked forward to admire the painting as well. This painting might not be old, but the skill is rare. I have seen tens of thousands of paintings, but this is the first time I have seen such a mystical painting. He Yenshan was still looking at the painting as though he treated Lin Ling as a fellow painter. Tens of thousands of paintings? Old Sir, are you sure you are looking at a painting? Or are you looking at some scribbles? Lin Ling laughed and asked. Silence. The entire grand hall was in silence. Everyone widened their eyes. This was the first time in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom that someone dared to comment on Senior He Yenshan like this. Even Yinixuan widened his eyes. Previously, Lin Ling said that he would hand it over to him, so he was assured to hand it over to Lin Ling. Who knew that Lin Ling would actually run out to comment on He Yenshan's experience in appreciating paintings? I told you to curry favor with Senior, not to offend him. Yinixuan, who was always calm, had the urge to cry right now. Kid, you can't speak carelessly. He Yenshan lifted his head and had an unhappy expression. He could tolerate this youth's rudeness, but he couldn't tolerate this youth blaspheming his experience in appreciating paintings, much less blaspheming this painting in front of him. Kiki, I am not being conceited, but the paintings that I have seen are much better than the paintings that Senior has seen. Hence, I am very surprised to see that Senior is so fond of this painting. Lin Ling spoke indifferently. Have you seen the Along the River during the Qingming Festival painting? Have you seen the residence in Mount Fuchen? Have you seen the Luotian Fu, the 5 Bulls painting, and the 100 Horses painting? He Yenshan's expression changed from disdain to seriousness, and finally to surprise. He was no longer looking at the painting, but at Lin Ling. I don't think so. Those are all paintings made with a brush. Let's talk about something more distant. Have you seen the Mona Lisa? Have you seen the Last Supper? Lin Ling's voice gradually grew louder, as if in front of him, Senior He Yenshan was not qualified to be called an expert in painting appreciation. In fact, in the previous world, Lin Ling had not seen many of those famous paintings. But with the development of the internet, he had seen pictures and fakes. But even the fakes were better than the paintings in front of him. They were even better than the paintings that Senior He Yenshan had seen. No. Senior He Yenshan shook his head in confusion. If you haven't even seen these paintings, then what qualifications do you have to claim that you have seen tens of thousands of paintings? You must have seen scribbles. Lin Ling said indifferently. Senior He Yenshan fell silent. The surrounding people were stunned. A young man was reprimanding a senior of virtue and prestige? This must be a dream, right? Sir, you keep saying that you have seen countless famous paintings, but those paintings you are talking about do not exist. Those are fake names you came up with to deliberately mystify things, right? Lu Qingyun saw that He Yenshan was no longer looking at his paintings, and he was instantly enraged. He looked at Lin Ling and said coldly, "Is there a need for me to deliberately mystify things? Let's not talk about those famous paintings first. Just take the painting in your hand as an example. It is simply trash." Lin Ling looked at Lu Qingyun coldly, and Lu Qingyun was even angrier. If it wasn't for Senior He Yenshan, he would have already killed this nameless young man. What do you mean? He Yenshan didn't get angry and asked curiously. In terms of alchemy, he was indeed a master. However, in terms of calligraphy and painting, he couldn't be considered a master. He could only be considered a crazy enthusiast. He knew this himself, so when he heard Lin Ling's words, he couldn't help but ask curiously. Generally speaking, a painting is the painstaking effort of a painter. No matter how bad the painting is, others would at most dislike it. They shouldn't judge it. After all, this is blasphemy to the painstaking effort of others. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. But since you want to ask me, then I can only say it directly. Look at the painting. Is this a mountain? This is a pile of shit. It doesn't look like a mountain, but more like a rock. Also, is this water? Is the fluctuation of the water in a steady state? Water can be fast or slow, but this painting is considered finished after a few drops of water. Are you trying to save ink? Let's not talk about the city. What big city? Even the villages aren't so backward. There isn't a single 3-story building. As for the failures of the people, their expressions are the same. There isn't any liveliness. Did their fathers all die? All of them have a mournful expression. Lin Ling said word by word. His voice wasn't loud, but it shocked the entire hall into silence. Lu Qingyun was fuming with anger. This painting was degraded by this young man to be worthless. This young man was slapping His Majesty the Crown Prince's face. Senior He Yenshan widened his eyes. At first, he was very curious. It was the first time he had seen such a huge painting, but after Lin Ling said so, he looked carefully and found that it was indeed so. The mountain didn't look like a mountain, the water didn't have any fluctuations, the city was more like a village, and the people were like puppets. This painting lacks spirit. Looking at it up close, you won't feel anything. Looking at it from afar, you'll know whether it's good or bad. Senior, if you don't believe me, you can try it. Lin Ling said again. He Yenshan was half convinced and half doubtful. He took a dozen steps back to take a look. Suddenly, after the whole painting was combined, it looked extremely out of place. This made him surprised. How did it become like this? This is because of the big picture. After all, the bigger the painting, the stricter the requirements for the proportion. Once the proportion is lost, then there will be a sense of disharmony. Moreover, this is a painting made by 100 people. Each of them painted a part, so there is no tacit understanding at all. You paint your part, and I'll paint mine. If you look at it separately, it's barely acceptable, but when combined together, it won't work. Lin Ling slowly explained. So that's how it is. Senior He Yenshan was suddenly enlightened. He said in admiration, "Young friend, you're indeed an expert in painting appreciation." His words carried a tone of discussing painting and calligraphy together, which made Yunishuan, who was far away, suck in a breath of cold air. It seemed that Lin Ling had won the favor of Senior He Yenshan. This situation was naturally not what Lu Qingyun wanted to see. The crown prince had painstakingly prepared a painting, but it ended up being a wedding dress for someone else. How could the crown prince accept this? This painting is already the best art in the present day. You are being picky and not a person who appreciates paintings. Who doesn't know how to say such harsh words? Lu Qingyun spoke indifferently. His words meant that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's calligraphy and paintings were of this standard. No matter how good you said it was, if you couldn't paint it, then what was the use? It was like asking a martial artist to shatter the void with his fist, otherwise, he wouldn't be considered a martial artist. But until now, who could shatter the void with their fist? Hence, those people who said those words were all nonsense. In response to this statement, many people in the surroundings nodded. Lin Ling let out a contemptuous laugh. I already knew that you would say such words. It is a pity that you found the wrong person. In terms of other things, I might not be the strongest, but in terms of painting, I can still surpass your so-called artists. Chapter 235. Repay a kindness with a painting. Old Mister, find some charcoal, red flower fruit, yellow stone and blue sky leaves. Lin Ling turned to He Yenshan and said. All right. He Yenshan nodded. These things were not difficult to obtain. After a short while, everything was ready. Old Mister, please take a seat. Lin Ling picked up the charcoal, sharpened it with his spirit energy, and wrapped it in a cloth. Sit down. Senior He Yenshan was puzzled, but he still did as he was told. Lin Ling picked up the charcoal and started drawing. This was a realistic drawing. In his previous life's art classes, he often used a pencil to draw like this. The advantage of this kind of drawing was that it was close to realism and lifelike. What kind of pen is that? It's so strange. Moreover, his drawing posture is very wrong. Could it be that he's deliberately mystifying things? Seeing this scene, many people discussed. To them, they had never seen such a way of drawing. I thought you were some kind of artist, but it turns out that you're just messing around. Lu Qingyun snorted coldly. Although he didn't know how to draw, he had seen others draw. Others used brushes and ink to draw. Using charcoal like that youth was simply unrefined. Lin Ling painted a total of 2 paintings. One was a realistic painting, and the other was a semi-oil painting. The colors were made from the juices of 3 kinds of spiritual herbs, and then mixed to create more colors. In the previous world, many people knew about this method of mixing, but not everyone could mix it well. They needed the help of machines, but in this world, Lin Ling's strength was tyrannical. He could operate it through spirit qi and soul force. The second painting was an oil painting of the entire hall. All right, Senior. Because I was in a hurry and my tools were limited, I didn't draw any grand paintings. They were all small paintings. After a long time, Lin Ling raised his head and smiled. Little painting? Don't tell me you've painted Senior He Yenshan as a dog. Let me tell you, if you've ruined the painting, then you've committed the great crime of deceiving the emperor. Lu Qingyun said coldly with a mocking tone. Lin Ling looked at him strangely. Do you really want me to draw Senior He Yenshan as a dog? Could it be that in your heart, Senior He Yenshan is a dog? You. Lu Qingyun's face turned red. He originally wanted to suppress Lin Ling, but in the end, he made a slip of the tongue and allowed Lin Ling to grab hold of his weakness. Senior He Yenshan didn't mind. He walked over with a smile and asked curiously, let me see this painting. This painting is second Prince Yunishuan's birthday gift. Although it's not expensive, it's a token of his sincerity. Lin Ling handed over one of the paintings. He Yenshan received it with a smile. The moment he opened it, his curious expression turned serious. Then, his eyes widened in shock. In the painting, it was a lifelike version of him. The greatest characteristic of a realistic painting was its realism. Using charcoal to draw out the shadows, forming a strong contrast. This painting style was simply the first in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. This painting is mine. He Yenshan's entire body was agitated. He looked at it carefully for a long time and kept it in his embrace. He then felt that it wasn't appropriate, so he opened up his hands and showed the painting to everyone. Complete silence. The He Yenshan in the painting was sitting on a chair as though he was alive. The scene by the side might not be detailed, but with just a little bit of black ink, it clearly outlined an old man. This child is a prodigy. He Yenshan muttered to himself. The second painting. Lin Ling smiled and handed the second painting over. This painting had color. It might be a little blurry, but it was still lifelike. In Lin Ling's words, it was just like a photograph. The painting drew out everyone in the grand hall, and the entire birthday celebration was filled with jubilation. Most importantly, this painting was the first painting in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom that had color. How did you do it? He Yenshan gasped. After viewing over 10,000 paintings, this was the first time he saw such a mystical painting style. He loved it so much that he couldn't put it down. It was simply a masterpiece in his collection. This was indeed a masterpiece. Until now, this painting was the only one with color. When He Yenshan revealed the painting, everyone gasped again. They looked at Lin Ling with grave eyes. A painting with color was something that even formidable martial artists couldn't do. Even if it was done, it couldn't be left on paper and circulated for 1,000 years. Right now, a miracle appeared in front of their eyes. That painting did it. The Lu Qingyun in the painting looks so wretched. He has sharp teeth and a sharp mouth. He looks like a fox. One of them stared at the painting and said. Lin Ling shrugged his shoulders. Kiki, this is a realistic painting. Since the owner is ugly, I can only paint ugly. You. Lu Qingyun was fuming with anger. He Yenshan didn't care about Lu Qingyun's anger. After revealing the painting, he carefully kept it and didn't let anyone take another look at it. He treated it like a treasure. This birthday gift is the most mystical present I have received in many years. Yunixuan is so thoughtful. Yunixuan's eyes lit up and he was overjoyed. He never thought that there would be a silver lining at the end of the tunnel. Lin Ling had once again created a miracle and made a contribution for him. Little prodigy, what's your name? I wonder if you have time to draw another painting for me. After He Yenshan finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling with burning eyes. His words made many people envious. That young man seemed to have gained the favor of Grandmaster Dan Ding. Junior is Lin Ling. In fact, the first painting was a birthday gift, but the second painting is a personal gift from me to Grandmaster. It's to repay Grandmaster's kindness in the past. Lin Ling humbly bowed. Back then, when he saw the passing of time, it was He Yenshan who was refining pills. At that time, He Yenshan helped him through the most difficult time. Although He Yenshan didn't help him personally, he helped him indirectly. Therefore, Lin Ling wanted to repay this kindness. This, He Yenshan was puzzled. In his impression, this was the first time he met this young man. Where did the kindness in the past come from? Lin Ling didn't continue on this topic. After exchanging some pleasantries, he returned to Yunixuan's side. The birthday celebration was still going on. Everyone's spirits were getting higher and higher. They knew that it was a crucial moment. Grandmaster Dan Ding was accepting a disciple. Grandmaster, you are the leading figure in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's elixir industry. If you don't pass down your mantle, it will be a huge loss to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. One of the dukes smiled and reminded. Kiki, I do have the same intention. I want to use this birthday celebration to find a good disciple. Everyone, follow me. He Yenshan smiled and drank a mouthful of wine. He then led everyone out of the grand hall. After the grand hall, there was a tranquil valley. It was surrounded by birds and fragrant flowers. The lush greenery made this place look like a paradise. This was where He Yenshan usually refined elixirs. This place was close to nature and could calm the mind of an elixir refiner, allowing them to quickly enter the state of elixir refinement. Everyone looked over and saw that the valley was surrounded by elixir furnaces. They were ancient and fragrant, and they looked expensive. If you want to become my disciple, you must have an interest in the path of Elixir Dao. You must have plenty of experience in Elixir Dao, and most importantly, you must have innate talent. Therefore, I plan to select disciples through a series of tests. If you pass the tests, you will become my personal disciple. Chapter 236. Elixir Test, Senior. Does this test determine one's identity? Someone asked. I know that many of you have extraordinary backgrounds, but that has nothing to do with me. I just want to find a suitable successor. It's that simple. He Yenshan smiled faintly. Many people nodded. At first, they were worried that the disciple selection would depend on one's background. In that case, alchemists with extraordinary backgrounds would have an advantage. But fortunately, it was only based on one's strength. It doesn't matter to me whether or not I look at your background. With my strength, I can definitely become Grandmaster Dan Ding's disciple. Trash like you will lose without a doubt. At this time, Lu Qingyun walked out and smiled confidently. It's Lu Qingyun, who has the title of Danxiangzi. Many alchemists looked at Lu Qingyun and frowned. Lu Qingyun might be arrogant and look down on all the other alchemists, but he did have the qualifications to be arrogant. During the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's Elixir Fragrance Tournament, he had shocked the world with a single brilliant feat and obtained the championship. It's been a year since the last competition. A lot can change in a year. I'm not talented, but I'm willing to compete with Danxiangzi. In the path of alchemy, the strong take the lead while the weak are eliminated. I am also willing to compete. It's too early to say anything now. Let's wait until the assessment. Some of the alchemists from the major forces spoke out one after another. They were unwilling to admit defeat. I'll make you lose so badly that you'll prostrate yourselves before me. Lu Qingyun coldly snorted and strode forward. He chose a pill furnace and waited. We must not let the Crown Prince's alchemist win. The third prince looked at Lu Qingyun coldly, then said to the alchemists under him. The alchemists nodded their heads, their faces full of confidence. Then, they walked forward and found a furnace to wait. You guys have to work hard too. Yinixuan also said to the alchemist below him. Your Majesty, we will do our best. Those alchemists nodded and walked out. Lin Ling and Inuer also walked out together. Although Lin Ling wasn't the most talented alchemist under Yinixuan's supervision, he came from the Fire Ancient clan and more or less knew how to concoct alchemical pills. That was why Yinixuan allowed him to go up and try. You're going too. Refining pills isn't something that can be learned in a day or two. You'd better not go and make a fool of yourself. One of the alchemists looked at Lin Ling and said. He had a high status and high alchemy skills, so he was a little arrogant. Are you ordering me around? Lin Ling glanced at the alchemist indifferently. Lin Ling's gaze seemed calm, but it contained a strong pressure, causing the alchemist's expression to change. He lowered his head and did not dare to speak again. The current Lin Ling was His Majesty's favorite person. He was not someone he could provoke. One by one, the alchemists arrived in front of the pill furnace and waited quietly. Lin Ling casually found a pill furnace and waited quietly. He didn't have much hope for this time's pill refining. After all, although his talent in alchemy wasn't weak, compared to those alchemists who refined pills every day, his experience was still lacking. Of course, if he could stand out and become Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's disciple, he would be more than happy to do so. Moreover, he didn't want to see Lu Qingyun become Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's disciple and raise the Crown Prince's prestige. His Majesty the Crown Prince was Lin Ling's enemy who killed his father. He would avenge him sooner or later. A middle-aged man in a blue robe walked out and said indifferently, "This test is very simple. It's a test of 1st to 5th grade pills. Whoever has the best results can become Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's disciple." After he finished speaking, he sent out a large number of pill formulas and memorized the names of every alchemist. 1st to 5th grade? Hee, that's very difficult. But it's very simple for me. I want to see how trash-like you can compete with me. Lu Qingyun said arrogantly after hearing this. Many alchemists looked at him indifferently, their eyes filled with unwillingness. There are 2 sets of ingredients for each pill. If you fail, you lose your qualifications. Begin. The middle-aged man's voice rang out again. Instantly, all the alchemists became busy. They carefully looked at the pill formula beside the pill furnace. It was a 1st grade pill, the dragon's tongue pill. It was considered quite difficult among 1st grade pills. However, this was not a problem for them. After that, many alchemists buried their heads in refining. Lin Ling looked at the pill formula in front of him and shook his head with a bitter smile. This was the first time he had heard of this pill formula. He looked around and condensed his soul power. In the next moment, a large number of figures appeared around him. They were all alchemists refining pills. However, these alchemists were from Pill Cauldron Prefecture and were not participating alchemists. It was obvious that Lin Ling had used his eyes to look back at the lost time. He had found the scene of these alchemists refining pills. These alchemists are from Pill Cauldron Prefecture. Their standards are naturally higher. I can use this chance to increase my knowledge of alchemy. Lin Ling was delighted. He looked and refined at the same time. At the same time, a large number of alchemists were about to complete their tests. Jinqia, 1st grade pill test, passed. Yulan, 1st grade pill test, passed. Shaolin, 1st grade pill test, passed. 1st grade pills were the foundation. At present, it was not difficult for the alchemists present. Soon after, 2nd grade pills came up. It was a competition to see who would be eliminated first and who would last until the end. The alchemists of the various forces busied themselves once again. They focused their attention, afraid that they might make a mistake. As for Lin Ling, his expression was calm as he studied and refined slowly. Fortunately, he already had a foundation. Coupled with the guidance of an experienced alchemist, he was able to successfully refine a 2nd grade pill. Lord Huang, 2nd grade pill test, failed. Hu Lai, 2nd grade pill test, passed. Not long after, the middle-aged man in charge of the assessment checked the results one by one and announced them. Many alchemists had been eliminated in the 2nd grade pill test. Those who remained belonged to the elite class. A bunch of people who are just here to make up the numbers. Lu Qingyun gloated as he looked at the alchemists who had failed. He could not help but sneer. 3rd grade pill test. The middle-aged man in charge of the assessment continued. Soon after, a large number of alchemy boys walked out with spirit herbs and placed them in front of the alchemists. There were still 2 sets of herbs. If they failed both, they would be eliminated. As for 3rd grade pills, the difficulty increased several times. Many alchemists were sweating profusely as they concentrated. Bang! At that moment, the sound of a furnace exploding rang out. An alchemist had failed and his furnace exploded. That alchemist was under the command of the 3rd prince, causing the 3rd prince's expression to turn ugly. Bang bang bang! As if a precedent had been set, the sound of furnaces exploding rang out one after another. The alchemists from the other forces could not escape this calamity. As for Lin Ling, his furnace did not explode. However, he failed once. This allowed him to calm down. He was not in a hurry to refine pills. Instead, he carefully observed the passing of time, learning knowledge like a sponge. Time slowly passed. Chapter 237. Struggle of the fifth ranks. That young man also passed? The spectators were all silently astonished. Of course, that was it. They felt that the youth was just lucky as he didn't have a great reputation in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's alchemy world. Lu Qingyun naturally wouldn't pay attention to Lin Ling. To him, Lin Ling was just a nameless junior. Interesting, there are actually 20 people who passed. However, the 4th level medicinal pill examination is the time of your death. Among all the people present, only Lu Qingyun was still as calm as before. However, his level of medicinal pills was indeed very high. Even Grandmaster Dan Ding, He Yenshan, stroked his beard and praised, the successor of the 9 scrolls of Danxiang is indeed worthy of his reputation. This praise made Lu Qingyun even more proud. After that, the 4th grade medicinal pill examination appeared. This was a huge threshold. It could be said that the next 20 people would probably be completely wiped out in this examination. Time quietly passed. The remaining 20 alchemists were sweating profusely, not daring to be distracted. It had to be known that Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's pill recipe was something none of them had ever heard of before. They could only rely on their experience to refine it. The only ones who were relatively calm were Lu Qingyun and Lin Ling. The former had the foundation of the 9 scrolls of Danxiang and was very experienced. On the other hand, although the latter was a last-minute effort, what she saw was the refining process of Danding Prefecture's alchemists. Bang bang bang. Not long after, the sound of pill cauldrons exploding rang out like firecrackers, causing many people to sigh and shake their heads. In this way, the alchemists of many factions had failed. Even Yulan lost. Hee, then I win. Lu Qingyun smiled proudly as he looked at the alchemists walking out of the room. Then, pretending to be indifferent, he bowed slightly to Grandmaster Pill Cauldron. Disciple greets master. In his opinion, if even the famous Yulan had lost, then no one would be a match for him. After bowing slightly to Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, Lu Qingyun puffed out his chest, wanting to hear the voices of admiration around him. But after waiting for a moment, the surroundings were still silent. It was as if no one was looking at him. Lu Qingyun, the examination isn't over yet. How can you have the nerve to ask me to accept you as my disciple? At this moment, He Yenshan's mocking voice sounded. Lu Qingyun's complexion changed. Even Yulan had lost to her. Who else hadn't lost to her? He turned his head to look and saw that in the corner, under a maple tree, there was a young man with a focused expression. He was continuing to refine a 4th grade pill, and his every movement was as smooth as flowing water. He didn't look like a newbie at all. It's that boy from before. Lu Qingyun frowned. He didn't expect the young man's level of alchemy to be so high. However, his face suddenly turned red. He was a little embarrassed. After all, the assessment hadn't ended yet, and he seemed to be so proud of himself that he had already acknowledged the young man as his master. This kind of action was very embarrassing. How is Commander Lin's Tao of alchemy so strong? Staring at the youth under the maple tree, Yunixuan sucked in a breath of cold air. He had already given up, but in the end, Lin Ling still hadn't failed. He was much stronger than the alchemists under his command. As for the alchemists under him who doubted Lin Ling, they were all staring with wide eyes. And Yuer was also in disbelief. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on the young man under the maple tree. That young man's appearance was handsome, and his gaze was focused. She didn't know why, but she was attracted to him. Although the alchemy area was in the corner, at this moment, he was like a dazzling star. Okay, the 4th grade pill has been successfully refined, cloud pattern red sandalwood pill. After a moment, under the maple tree, the young man's confident voice sounded, attracting the attention of countless people. The middle-aged alchemist smiled and hurried over. After a round of inspection, he suddenly raised his head in surprise. This pill is a yellow grade pill, but it's a 4th grade pill. 4th grade, this means he succeeded. Everyone's expression changed. As for Lu Qingyun, his brows were tightly knitted together. He felt as if his own light had been stolen by that young man. It's just a 4th grade pill, a piece of cake. If you want to play, play with a 5th grade pill. Lu Qingyun walked back to his cauldron and sneered at Lin Ling. He felt that the young man was just lucky, but he was going to tear off that young man's cowardly mask. Kiki, you are very confident. Then I shall accompany you to the end. Lin Ling raised his head and couldn't help but smile. The other party was the Crown Prince's subordinate. Since he had the strength to challenge them, he wasn't going to let them have an easy time. There are less than 5 individuals in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom who are able to refine 5th grade pills. These 2 individuals are young, but their talents are terrifying. Deng Xiangzi didn't surprise me. What surprised me was that young man. He Yenshan was conversing with the middle-aged alchemist. He looked at Lin Ling from afar and nodded silently. The more he looked at this young man, the more he liked him. Even Lu Qingyun didn't dare to neglect a 5th grade pill. After all, the refinement process was too complicated, and a single mistake might cause all his efforts to go to waste. His expression turned grave, and his forehead was dripping with sweat. Deng Xiangzi is also being careful. 5th grade pills are indeed difficult. The alchemists in the surroundings didn't even blink as they stared at Lu Qingyun's refinement, hoping to learn something. That young man is very calm. Suddenly, someone looked at Lin Ling and was instantly astonished. Lin Ling was still calm and composed. His every move was as smooth as flowing water, as though everything was done in a single breath. This surprised everyone. That young man didn't have any reputation, but his alchemy standards seemed to be very high. No one knew that Lin Ling didn't have much experience. He was only able to see the powerful alchemists with his eyes and guide him step by step. Among the people who appeared was Senior He Yenshan. This is already the 2nd time Senior He Yenshan is teaching me alchemy. Lin Ling had a strange thought in his mind. 15 minutes later, the cauldron in front of him actually started to sway. It seemed as though there was a giant demonic beast hidden within the cauldron, which attracted the attention of everyone. Elixir cloud form. But in the next moment, an experienced alchemist pointed at the cauldron and spoke in a shocking voice. The cauldron shook violently and then gradually calmed down. A wisp of mist floated out of the cauldron and formed the cloud of a true dragon that circled around the cauldron. Elixir complete. Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he waved his right hand. Strong spirit qi caused the lid of the cauldron to float up and a pill flew out. It shone with a resplendent azure light, and at the same time, the cry of a dragon rang out. After a moment, the pill gradually calmed down. The pill that appeared in Lin Ling's hand was as transparent as crystal. Looking through it, one could see a wisp of green gas swimming within the pill. If one looked closely, the gas was like a dragon. The Dragon Court 7 Cries pill. This pill was the key to breaking through from the martial spirit realm to the earth spirit realm. With this pill, one's chances of breaking through would be increased by 70%. As long as 7 dragon cries rang out from the body of the person who took it, then they would be able to step into the earth spirit realm even if their potential was lacking. In addition, this pill could stabilize the spirit qi seed in the earth spirit realm and reduce the risk of qi deviation. The first time one took it, it could slightly increase the spirit qi in the spirit qi seed. This was an elixir created by Grandmaster Dan Cauldron He Yenshan and was extremely rare even in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Chapter 238. Chapter 238. If you want to play, you should play big. In an instant, there was complete silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Even He Yenshan's eyes flickered as he was secretly shocked. This young man had actually refined the Dragon Court 7 Cries pill. How strange. Could it be that he had obtained a Dragon Court 7 Cries pill in the past and studied it himself? This was the only explanation. After all, He Yenshan, had never instructed that young man, nor had he told him the refining method of the Dragon Court 7 Cries pill. He only had the pill formula. The middle-aged man in charge of the examination hurriedly ran over and carefully examined it. He raised his head and said with a heavy voice, "This pill is yellow rank, but it has already reached the 5th grade." These words were equivalent to admitting that Lin Ling had succeeded. The sound of people sucking in cold breaths rose and fell one after another. Lu Qingyun was still refining the Dragon Quartz 7 Cries pill, but he also heard that voice, and the pressure on him instantly increased. Dan Xiangzi? A very famous alchemist. Now that I've succeeded, it's up to you. I hope you won't fail in the level 5 alchemy test. At this moment, Lin Ling's indifferent voice sounded. Lu Qingyun felt the pressure increase. At the same time, he was furious. Lin Ling's words seemed casual, but in reality, they were affecting his state of mind. The most taboo in alchemy was to be impatient, but how could the current Lu Qingyun calm down? Bang! At this time, the pill furnace in front of Lu Qingyun exploded and a charred smell wafted out. Black smoke covered Lu Qingyun's face, making one want to laugh. Dan Xiangzi failed. Previously, you were arrogant and conceited. I thought you were very powerful, but in the end, you still lost. The champion of the fragrance sniffing competition is nothing more than this. The surrounding alchemists were stunned. Soon after, all sorts of gloating voices rang out. The mocking laughter caused Danxiang Lu Qingyun to grit his teeth. He felt as if he had suddenly fallen from a high pedestal into an abyss. Lu Qingyun, you failed. Lin Ling alone has passed the alchemy assessment this time. The middle-aged examiner looked at Lu Qingyun expressionlessly. Lu Qingyun's expression changed. This time, he came with full confidence. He thought that he could sweep through the crowd, but who would have thought that he would lose at the last moment? If this was the case, he would no longer have the face to see others, and his reputation would be ruined. He was even more unable to explain this to the Crown Prince. After all, before coming here, he had patted his chest and guaranteed that Senior He Yenshan's disciple would definitely win. Wait! Lu Qingyun suddenly snorted coldly. Everyone looked at him, not understanding that he had already lost. What right did he have to speak? The Dragon Quartz 7 Cries pill is a medicinal pill that is unique to Senior He Yenshan. The alchemists that we assess can only fumble around with our experience, but how could he possibly refine it? Lu Qingyun said coldly. What do you mean? You can't refine it, but can't others refine it? An alchemist looked at Lu Qingyun and said unhappily. That's right. If I can't do it, no one else can either. Lu Qingyun's sneer deepened. Unless someone had agreed on the refining method in advance, and then concealed all of us alchemists. Lu Qingyun, you've lost, but you're still not convinced. All of the alchemists looked at Lu Qingyun with disdain. Senior He Yenshan frowned. Lu Qingyun's words meant that He Yenshan, had privately told Lin Ling the refining method of the Dragon Quartz 7 Cries pill, and that was why Lin Ling could refine it. I thought Danxiang Zi was the champion of the fragrance sniffing competition, so she should have some talent. Who knew that she would be so narrow-minded? She was inferior to others, but she blamed it on others. Is this the kind of person that the Crown Prince has? Senior He Yenshan said with a frown. Lu Qingyun's expression turned ugly. This time, it was Senior He Yenshan who reprimanded him. What right did he have to speak? I knew that people like you would find excuses after losing. Sigh. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly walked over and looked at Lu Qingyun with disdain. However, if it were any other time, I wouldn't bother with a clown like you. But since you're under the Crown Prince, I'll give you a chance. Both you and I will refine a pill, and then we'll see whose pill is more valuable. Sigh. Lu Qingyun looked at Lin Ling in surprise. He didn't expect Lin Ling to dare to challenge him. How about it? Do you dare or not? Lin Ling looked at Lu Qingyun with an overbearing aura. Lu Qingyun was under the Crown Prince. Anyone related to the Crown Prince was Lin Ling's enemy. Therefore, he took the initiative to challenge him to suppress the crown prince. Huh, did I hear wrong? You dare to compete with me in alchemy? Sigh. Lu Qingyun was stunned for a moment, then laughed maniacally. Do you dare or not? Sigh. Lin Ling ignored his laughter and asked indifferently. You? Why wouldn't I dare? Haha. Lu Qingyun exuded an arrogant aura and looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Since you want to compete, then let's add some stakes. If you lose, you will kneel outside Danding Prefecture for 3 days and 3 nights. You will also have to say that you lost and disgraced the second prince. Haha. This was a great humiliation. If Lin Ling lost, he would kneel in front of Danding Prefecture and scold himself without any dignity. I lost. I disgraced the second prince. Not long after, Lin Ling would become the laughing stock of the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The second prince's reputation would also be damaged, and he would be disgraced. Lu Qingyun's move was extremely vicious. Not only did it ruin Lin Ling's reputation, but it also implicated the second prince. This guy is really daring. Haha. Yinixuan stared coldly at Lu Qingyun, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Right now, Lin Ling couldn't retreat anymore and had to accept the challenge. However, the consequences of losing would be extremely horrifying. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. This Lu Qingyun had a good plan. He sneered and said, sure, and the loser will have to write the words "My emperor is a trash" on his face. Exclamation point. Since the other party dared to play, then he would play big. Since the other party wanted to disgrace Yinixuan, then he would disgrace the crown prince. Lu Qingyun's eyes congealed. Lin Ling's stakes were obviously more ruthless. If he lost and had those words written on his face, if this matter was to spread out to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, it would definitely bring an even greater humiliation to the crown prince. The crown prince might even kill him. Why? You don't dare anymore? Weren't you very arrogant earlier? Lin Ling said coldly. Lu Qingyun was now in a difficult situation, but when he thought of his elixirs, his heart was instantly filled with confidence. All right, accept the challenge. Accept. Seeing that both of them had agreed, the people from the various major forces sighed inwardly. This time, the alchemy assessment had gradually developed into a fierce battle between the two major forces. However, His Majesty, the second prince, was extremely powerful this time. That young man had previously won the favor of Senior He Yenshan, and now, he had even won first place in the assessment. This second prince had so many capable people under him, and he wasn't to be underestimated. Subsequently, everyone looked at the two individuals who were starting to refine elixirs. Chapter 239. The elixir that was refined before. Competing with me in elixir refinement, you are bound to lose. When I was refining elixirs, you were still breastfeeding. Lu Qingyun was brimming with confidence as he began to refine. Lin Ling, on the other hand, did not act rashly. Instead, he thought back carefully. Earlier, through the eyes that had passed away, he had seen many rare alchemy methods. However, it seemed difficult to defeat Lu Qingyun with those alchemy methods. Hence, he could only refine an extremely rare elixir. That's right. That elixir should be very rare. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up as he recalled the Heaven Tier Essence Recovery Elixir that he refined in the Guyan sect. The Essence Recovery Elixir might not be of a high grade, but it was still a Heaven Tier elixir. Currently, the only person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who could refine a Heaven Tier elixir was probably He Yenshan. Furthermore, He Yenshan had refined countless elixirs, but he could only refine one Heaven Tier Essence Recovery Elixir. Hence, once this elixir was refined, Lin Ling was 100% confident that he could defeat Lu Qingyun. With this thought in mind, Lin Ling began to refine. The elixir that he is refining seems to have very simple ingredients. Furthermore, the technique seems to be very simple. It doesn't seem to be some high-grade elixir. Could he have given up? Some of the experienced elixir refiners saw Lin Ling's actions and were puzzled. Even He Yenshan was puzzled. According to the norm, if Lin Ling wanted to defeat Lu Qingyun, he would have to refine at least a 5th-grade elixir. However, the refinement process and ingredients of a 5th-grade elixir had extremely high requirements. What Lin Ling was refining now, no matter how one looked at it, seemed to have nothing to do with a 5th-grade elixir. Kiki, is he giving up on himself? Lu Qingyun sneaked a glance at Lin Ling and saw that his actions were simple. He couldn't help but feel even more proud. In fact, Lin Ling's actions and ingredients were simple because he was too familiar with the Heaven Tier Essence Recovery Elixir. He could refine it even with his eyes closed. Time passed by slowly. Elixir completed. At a certain moment, Lu Qingyun let out an arrogant roar. The cauldron in front of him floated up. The lid of the cauldron opened, and a 5-colored light was emitted. Then, a pill turned into a rainbow and shot into Lu Qingyun's hand. A 4th-rank pill, the White Jade Bone Returning Pill. This pill is used for healing and is suitable for any cultivator below the Earth Spirit realm. It can restore spirit chi and physical strength within the time it takes for 3 incense sticks to burn. Lu Qingyun said proudly as he toyed with the pill in his hand. The demeanor of an expert drifted out from his body. This was his proudest work. Back then, he had relied on this pill to win the fragrance sniffing competition. This pill was also an indispensable healing pill for martial artists. After all, when martial artists went out to train, it was inevitable that they would encounter enemies and life or death situations. At that time, this pill could restore their physical strength and spiritual energy, which was equivalent to saving a martial artist's life. It really is the White Jade Bone Returning Pill. The surrounding alchemists nodded silently. They weren't surprised. After all, that medicinal pill was the one that made Lu Qingyun famous. If Lin Ling wanted to defeat the other, he would have to refine another 5th-ranked pill. Lin Ling, it's your turn. I hope you can bring out a pill that will satisfy me. Lu Qingyun looked at Lin Ling with a cold smile. He seemed to have already seen the scene of Lin Ling kneeling in front of the Pill Cauldron Manor's doors. Everyone else was also looking at Lin Ling. Especially Yunixuan. His palms were full of sweat and he was extremely nervous. This critical moment would affect his and the Crown Prince's reputation. Everyone looked over, but Lin Ling's face was calm, like an ancient well without any ripples. Then, he took out the pill from the furnace and opened his palm, revealing an ordinary-looking pill. Compared to Lu Qingyun's pill, this pill naturally lacked a sense of magnificence and looked extremely ordinary. Huh, you dare to compete with me with this kind of dull pill? Lu Qingyun immediately laughed when he saw the pill. Lin Ling looked at Lu Qingyun as if he was looking at a clown and shook his head helplessly. This guy was so impetuous. He really didn't know how he became an alchemist. Lin Ling, what kind of pill is that? The middle-aged examiner also had a puzzled look and asked. Vitality Recovery Pill. Lin Ling said lightly. Vitality Recovery Pill? Wasn't that the lowest grade of healing pill? Hearing that, everyone's eyes widened. As martial artists, how could they not have heard of the Vitality Recovery Pill? Even when they were still weak, this pill was used frequently. In terms of practicality, the Vitality Recovery Pill was naturally used more than the White Jade Bone Returning Pill. However, in terms of rarity, how could the Vitality Recovery Pill compare to the White Jade Bone Returning Pill? Vitality Recovery Pill? Little guy, this is the pill you used for the bet? He Yenshan was also surprised and speechless. Vitality Recovery Pill. Lu Qingyun stared at the pill in Lin Ling's hand. After being stunned for a moment, he immediately let out a crazy laugh. He even laughed until tears flowed out. He thought that Lin Ling would refine some good pill, but it turned out to be the most ordinary pill. Was he playing with him, Lu Qingyun? I already said that someone must have cheated in the previous assessment. Otherwise, who could beat me, Lu Qingyun? I'm sorry, you've lost. Go kneel at the entrance. Oh right, I'll write the words on your body. Hee, the words the second prince is trash. Interesting. Lu Qingyun pretended to be magnanimous and said. The pill hasn't even been evaluated, and you're already sure that I lost? As an alchemist, every action of yours concerns the lives of thousands. You're so reckless. Do you really have the qualifications to be an alchemist? Lin Ling looked at him with a faint smile. Lu Qingyun's face turned red. He then said coldly, don't beat around the bush. You are getting further and further away. Take your pill to be evaluated now. Lin Ling glanced at him with disdain. He was too lazy to say anything. He picked up the elixir and handed it to the middle-aged examiner. The examiner smiled bitterly. To be honest, compared to the arrogant Lu Qingyun, he preferred the young man in front of him. However, this youth's pill was indeed ordinary. Even if he wanted to help secretly, he couldn't find any way. Vitality recovery pill. The examiner took the pill and evaluated it. At first, he had a calm expression, but it gradually turned into doubt and finally turned into shock. 4 rings of elixir patterns. Master, this pill seems to be. Lifting his eyes, the middle-aged man looked at Senior He Yenshan with fear. It seems to be a heaven-tier pill. TSK. As soon as he said that, everyone around him sucked in a breath of cold air. Heaven-tier pill. Currently, there was only one person in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom who could refine it. That person was Grandmaster Pill Cauldron, He Yenshan. Let me take a look. He Yenshan's body shuddered as he took the pill and took a closer look. He then had a shocked expression. Heaven-tier Vitality Recovery Pill. This is the pill that I am famous for. Heaven-tier Vitality Recovery Pill. The 3 words Vitality Recovery Pill might seem ordinary, but the 2 words Heaven-tier were enough to describe its power. This pill was only effective for early-stage martial supremes, but the effects were extremely significant. Not only could it heal internal injuries, but it could also restore spirit chi and physical strength in a short period of time. It was simply a blessing for beginner martial artists. No matter how powerful a prodigy was, he had once walked the path of a beginner martial artist. He would definitely want a better recovery elixir. Some of the ancient aristocratic clans had high hopes for their descendants. When their descendants were weak, if they had a powerful recovery elixir, it meant that they could live longer. Chapter 240. Fame. Looks like Lin Ling has won. What a mysterious little fellow. He actually refined Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's famous masterpiece. I'm slightly curious about him now. Sounds of discussion resounded in the surroundings. Thoughts arose in the hearts of those great figures who were silently observing the situation. How could this be possible? Heaven rank? How could you possibly refine a heaven-ranked pill? Lu Qingyun was dazed and dejected. He didn't have the complacent appearance from before. A heaven-rank origin restoration pill had once again smashed him down from the sky into the abyss of hell. A moment of success doesn't mean it will last forever. It's best to keep a low profile. Lin Ling gazed indifferently at Lu Qingyun as these calm words drifted out from his mouth. That calm appearance of his caused the members of the great powers to nod even more. Lin Ling had a steady character. Even if he'd obtained boundless glory, he still acted as if nothing had happened. Compared to Lu Qingyun, who'd been intoxicated for a moment, he was truly much better. I've lost. Under the gazes of everyone present, Lu Qingyun had no choice but to admit defeat. He'd lost without any words of rebuttal. Men, bring me a brush. Lin Ling waved his hand instead. Lu Qingyun was the crown prince's subordinate, so he'd definitely not let the crown prince have an easy time. Bring a brush to Commander Lin. Yinixuan still didn't know how to do it at this moment, so he didn't have the qualifications to ask Lin Ling to assist him. So, It wasn't long before someone passed a brush to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled lightly and gestured to Lu Qingyun. "What are you trying to do?" Lu Qingyun's expression changed violently. He suddenly understood what Lin Ling wanted to do. He wanted to write "His Majesty the Crown Prince is a piece of trash" on his face. If he wrote those words, then the Crown Prince's reputation would absolutely suffer a great loss. After all, it was the first time someone dared to ridicule the Crown Prince like that in Ocean of Cloud City, and it completely disregarded the Crown Prince's domineering aura as an emperor. Most importantly, as the person whose face was written on, it would definitely infuriate the Crown Prince. At that time, the Crown Prince might kill him. "Lu Qingyun, there are so many people watching. Could it be that you intend to act shamelessly?" At this moment, He Yenshan spoke indifferently. He didn't like Lu Qingyun as well. That fellow had actually dared to question him earlier. He was simply courting death. The surrounding people looked at Lu Qingyun with a gloating expression. Even if Lu Qingyun wanted to act shamelessly, it was obviously impossible. She could only smile bitterly and walk towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. He raised his right hand and wrote a few words on Lu Qingyun's face. After he was done, he said indifferently, "My handwriting isn't very nice, but it's barely presentable. Go out and kneel in front of Danding Prefecture's gate. Remember, kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. Kneeling?" Lu Qingyun clenched her teeth tightly. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't show her face. She could only lower her head and leave quickly. There was no doubt that he, Lu Qingyun, didn't have the face to stay in Ocean of Cloud City from today onward. Moreover, he, Lu Qingyun, had become a huge joke in the world of alchemy. As for His Majesty the Crown Prince, he was definitely affected this time. Many people more or less doubted his reputation. "Lin Ling, very good. From today onward, you're my disciple." He Yenshan gazed at Lin Ling and nodded with satisfaction. He was actually happier than anyone to be able to take Lin Ling as his disciple. Because this disciple's natural talent in alchemy wasn't weak, and he was even skilled in painting. How could he not like such a disciple? Disciple greets master. Lin Ling bowed respectfully. Even though he hadn't met He Yenshan often, the old man had helped him all those years ago, and he'd always been grateful to the old man. "Good. Good. Good. There's no need for such a gift." He Yenshan shouted "good" thrice in succession while his face was covered in a smile. As he watched Lin Ling finally become Grand Master Danding's disciple, Yunixuan was dazed in his heart. After all, he didn't hold much hope for Lin Ling in the beginning. After all, Lin Ling's skill in alchemy wasn't high, and it was something that he knew a long time ago. In the end, he never imagined that the situation would take a turn. Lin Ling was even more formidable than the alchemists under his command and had unexpectedly become Grand Master Danding's disciple. This result was full of drama. However, Yunixuan was still very happy. Because Lin Ling had become Grand Master Danding's disciple, it meant that Grand Master Danding belonged to his second prince's side. This would definitely be of great help to him in becoming the king of the Cloud Sea. Lin Ling is truly my life's blessing. Yunixuan sighed with emotion. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their hearts turned serious. Everything in front of them seemed to be just an ordinary disciple recruitment, but it had a huge impact on the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling. What kind of youth was this? He had defeated Yi Tianchen and was only second to the martial scholar. He was the most dazzling prodigy of the current era. Now, he had even become Grand Master Danding's disciple. This youth was truly mystical. Without a doubt, after today, Lin Ling would be completely famous in the Cloud Sea City. No one would dare to underestimate him. Time passed by quietly, and 3 days had passed. The inner city of the Cloud Sea City still looked peaceful on the surface, but the actual situation had changed quite a bit. For example, the second prince, Yunixuan. At first, everyone didn't think highly of this prince. However, during this period of time, Yunixuan's reputation had been constantly increasing, causing many people to change their views of the second prince. There were even some factions that intended to join the second prince's faction. Unknowingly, the second prince seemed to have the possibility of vying for the throne of the Cloud Sea King. And the one who brought about all of this was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, who is this? A mere ant actually caused this emperor's reputation to suffer. Somewhere in the Cloud Sea City, in a quiet room, a man was drinking wine indifferently. Your Highness, this Lin Ling is from the Fire Ancient clan. When he was young, he didn't do anything out of the ordinary and was even a little timid. However, for some unknown reason, he suddenly rose up in the past 2 years like a dazzling star. An elder spoke respectfully to that man. What a mysterious youth. The man played with his wine cup while his eyes flickered like stars in the night sky. Right, he's Lin Chen's son as well, said the old man. As soon as these words were spoken, a bright light flashed in the man's eyes, and he seemed to have thought of something. However, he smiled indifferently. Interesting, but that's all. That smile seemed to be calm, yet it caused the old man's entire body to feel cold, and he kept his head lowered and didn't dare speak. After a short while, when he saw the man continue drinking, he finally dared to speak. Your Highness, what about Lu Qingyun? Let him kneel for 3 days. Since I agreed to the bet in public, it's not good for me to deal with it in private. Even though it's humiliating, I still have to suffer this loss. As for what happens 3 days from now, I don't want any trash in this world. Yes, Your Highness. The old man left respectfully. Chapter 241. Bi invited His Majesty the Third Prince, Yun Yifan, called out in satisfaction. He put down the book, but his hand followed the slender legs of the woman behind him. Dancer, you're seducing me again. Under Yun Yifan's large hand, the enchanting woman's legs tightened. A sweet fragrance was emitted from her private area, causing the atmosphere in the room to become alluring. I saw that Your Majesty's brows were furrowed, as if there was something on Your Majesty's mind that you couldn't resolve, so I wanted to help Your Majesty relieve some of your worries. The charming woman said softly, her voice even more enchanting. As expected of my beloved concubine. Yun Yifan said faintly, a rising star is giving me a headache. It must be Lin Ling. The charming woman suddenly smiled. Yun Yifan pinched the woman's delicate chin. You're really smart. That's right, it's Lin Ling. This boy's rise has greatly increased second brother's reputation. Right now, he's about to catch up to me. Then do you need a dancer to help? The charming woman smiled. Her smile suddenly became somewhat cold, like a sexy scorpion. Yun Yifan frowned, seemingly a little unhappy. As long as I can share His Majesty's burdens, Dancer is willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Furthermore, this isn't the first time Dancer has made a move. Wasn't the martial champion played in the palm of Dancer's hand? Now, he's about to become His Majesty's man. The charming woman hung her slender jade legs on the table and said lazily. Yun Yifan stared at the Hongyan's fingers on her jade-like legs and secretly swallowed his saliva. All right, then let the dancer make a move. It's best if she can be taken under Zhen's wings. If not, then do as you wish. His Majesty's favorite thing to do is to destroy geniuses. The charming woman shrugged her shoulders. That's not it. This emperor likes to do something else. I'll let you have a taste of whether the martial scholar is more powerful or this emperor is more powerful. Yun Yifan laughed loudly and walked towards the bed with the girl in his arms. Several days later, Yunixuan's mansion was still bustling with noise and excitement. The experts under Yunixuan's command arrived one after another. Even some highly respected generals didn't put on airs at this moment. When they saw Lin Ling, it was as if they were seeing a peer. Currently, Lin Ling was already famous under Yunixuan's command. Congratulations, Commander Lin. Commander Lin really deserves to be called a dragon amongst men. He's already renowned throughout the city at such a young age. His future potential will definitely be extraordinary. All the important figures congratulated him. Lin Ling smiled and returned the greeting. He was very depressed in his heart. When would this kind of politeness end? Besides Yunixuan, some of the ancient clans of the city had come to congratulate him as well, and they faintly showed signs of wanting to form a relationship with him. In Lin Ling's opinion, all of this merely made him feel speechless, but Yunixuan was extremely happy. The more powerful Lin Ling was, the more he, Yunixuan, could get a share of the loot. At this moment, a guard walked in with an invitation. Commander Lin, this is Jiang Wu's invitation. She says that she hopes to have a meal with you. The invitation was a pink and golden piece of paper, and there were fine words written on it. Moreover, the entire invitation emanated a refreshing fragrance. Jiang Wu? Lin Ling frowned. He didn't have any impression of that name, so he couldn't help but gaze at Yunixuan. Since her invitation had been delivered to Yunixuan's mansion, it represented that her background wasn't ordinary. It's her. Yunixuan frowned slightly, and then he explained, she's a member of the ancient Jiang clan, and she's one of the 4 great beauties of the city. Supposedly, she's devastatingly beautiful, and countless great figures have bowed before her. She can be considered to be someone with some status. No wonder her invitation was delivered here. Lin Ling nodded with sudden understanding, and then he spoke with bewilderment. I don't know her, so why would she want to meet me? Yunixuan shook his head, even I don't know her background. However, the forces standing behind her aren't weak. There was once a renowned general who invited her to spend a night with him, but Jiang Wu refused. That general was infuriated, and he led his forces with the intention of seizing Jiang Wu. However, the general was annihilated in the end, and the 8,000 men under his command were annihilated as well. Moreover, many geniuses have been charmed by her beauty, and they're willing to risk their lives for her. Right, she isn't just renowned throughout the city for her beauty, her strength isn't weak as well. She's ranked at the 3rd position amongst the geniuses in the city. Lin Ling was even more puzzled when he heard this. Why would such a mysterious woman invite me? Perhaps this invitation carries malicious intent. Lin Ling, I think it's best if you don't go. Yunixuan suggested. Lin Ling smiled coldly, since she's actually set her sights on me, then there's definitely someone supporting her from behind. I'd like to see who's hostile towards me. Brother Yun, what will come will come. Since you want to become the king of the Cloud Sea, then there are some things that you can't avoid. Yunixuan was stunned. He'd been worried that this was some sort of conspiracy, but Lin Ling's words were extremely reasonable. He'd been too overcautious, and he wasn't as decisive as Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you're right. Yunixuan felt even more admiration for Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. His intuition told him that nothing good would come out of attending this banquet. However, he wasn't afraid of any powerful enemies at the moment because he'd become Grandmaster Pill Cauldron's disciple. Even if the Crown Prince wanted to touch him, he'd have to think twice. So, he had no fear in his heart. After exchanging a few words with Yunixuan, Lin Ling left the mansion. Times had changed. In the past, Lin Ling was still very weak, so he'd taken every step carefully. However, now that his wings were slightly fuller, it was time to show off a bit of his strength. He wanted to let those who were secretly plotting against him know that if they wanted to touch him, Lin Ling, then they could do so, but only if they could kill him. Otherwise, they'd have to bear the consequences. Lin Ling was invited to Fragrance House. This restaurant was quite famous in the inner city, and only people with extraordinary backgrounds were allowed to enter. The streets were bustling with noise, clearly livelier than the outer city. Moreover, the decorations were more gorgeous. Even the floorboards were made of white jade bricks, neatly arranged and extremely clean. Looking into the distance, Lin Ling saw the setting sun, illuminating the streets in a dazzling golden light. A trace of nostalgia rose in his heart. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful, but dusk was approaching. In the previous world, Lin Ling loved to watch the sunset. The fiery red clouds covered the sky, and it made one's heart feel incomparably peaceful. Unfortunately, he didn't know when he'd be able to return. Not long after, Lin Yiming arrived at the side of a large lake. The lake was sparkling and there were a few small boats floating on it. Together with the fishing willow leaves on the lake, it added to the artistic conception of the journey. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.